I'm not even on screen! You can't even see what the things are! My goodness! Oh my gosh! How are you gonna scan if I'm not even on screen? but hello again, buddy. Are we ready? Are we ready what are we doing today? To play more Gray Ace Attorney? My goodness. Well, let's see. Needs a redeemer. I can just throw one singular item at them. Well, that's the bonk, but I think you can also do exclamation point throw if I am correct. Right. Oh my gosh. I'm mad. like would you Aggies be mad at me if I played more Baldur's Gate? That'd be funny. It's just like, hey, so I know that I said we were gonna play Great Ace Attorney, but okay, so it is exclamation point throw. Yeah. I think the bonk emote does 2 items, but yeah, a singular item is just exclamation point throw. Let me see. Let me get everything open. Also, in my on my off-stream character, I was about to open Baldur's Gate. I swear. I got to the point, since I'm like doing as little long rests as I can. Astarion was like, "Hey, I feel like we've been adventuring enough that I need to tell you that I'm a vampire." I don't even know where I found the bloodless pig. We've took 1 rest. I am still like neutral affinity with him right now, and he's just like, "Hey, I'm a vampire. Just thought I'd let you know." Well, yeah, obviously I don't, but it's just like, hey, I've just had this burning just inside me that I need to share with you, like, right this minute. I'm a vampire. I bet you didn't know, But yeah. So that's neat. Let me fix up the thing over here. But yeah, it's just, I find it funny. It's just like I don't do something for long enough, and both Astarion and Gale are just like, "Hey, I need to tell you my deepest, darkest secret." And it's just like, is Karlach and Shadowheart gonna tell me something that I don't know already? Sharing whose insides? What? Concern. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Everything is fixed over here. Fun fact, Astarion just heckin' stabs the monster hunter to keep his identity secret if you get to the hag swamp. Wait, there's a monster hunter there? You're telling me there's a monster hunter in Ethel's swamp? I never found him in either playthrough. I didn't know there was one. Just outside our house? What? I have only seen the red caps. Like up the hill? Did I just next to the portal? What? Right north of the yeah, I've never run into him. I didn't know that there was somebody there other than a red cap. He's right there. Really? I'm gonna heckin' like look back on my streams and just see a man standing there and be like, why did I never see him? My goodness. Because we've used the teleporter like 3 times now, I think, on stream. It's such a good interaction. I guess I'm gonna have to find him with my Dark Urge character and see how that goes. Okay, anyway, let's go over here. I forgot to open the Kirby's! There's always something. There's always something. Give me 1 second. But yeah, I can't. There's a whole man's that I just didn't see. Wow. Also, I don't actually know I don't know if this would be a spoiler for anybody other than me, but like I saw a video and there's a certain someone who I didn't think could be in a camp, and they were in someone's camp, and so I'm excited. There we go. I think that's vague enough. Did you even find the owlbear? The owlbear cave, and then the baby owlbear. Yeah, I saw those. If there's another owlbear, then no. I've only seen those two. I've only seen the mama and the baby. To be honest, I didn't know you could get Volo until I saw your stream. Really? Ooh. Seems darker than the other ones.
The thick, rolling fog outside our window.
I didn't have desktop audio.
I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog.
Oh, I need to turn it down too, I think. I think it was at 11 for this game.
Most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement.
Oh no, gingers.
A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow.
Yeah, Volo wanted to do a stab on me.
Our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
He was just like, oh yeah, the parasite's just right behind your eye. Let me just do a little, like, pseudo lobotomy for you. And it's just like, nope, 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 nope. Actually decided to let him just to see what happens. Oh gosh. I can imagine you die, I think. I feel like I vaguely saw... Anyway, I lost my eye. No! If I lose my eye, then people won't know I had heterochromatic. But yeah, also I was just like, no, 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 Volo, no. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. There's actually a benefit to letting him do that, aside from everybody in camp thinking you're a dummy for letting him do that. Oh gosh. Also, I had my Dark Urge character get smacked around by that one guy in the goblin camp, and I'm so surprised that, like, I did things differently, but Shadowheart and Astarion didn't make any comment. Karlach was excited to watch, but that was about it. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. Honestly, I only did it because Karlach was like, oh, I gotta see this. Yeah. Yeah, that's what she did for me too. I'm still surprised that it was like on the stream it was Shadowheart that was like, you know what? Yeah, go ahead and do it, you freaky little guy. The entire time Astarion and Shadowheart were surprised by my newfound gaze. Yeah, it's so weird. They didn't make any comment on it in my Dark Urge, but they did on stream. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer of the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? You should let Volo lobotomize you in one of your playthroughs. It's really fun. No! I don't want to be lobotomized by Volo. Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well?
That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it.
That probably means he knows then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is! Oh! Father! Hello, Susato. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound.
Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here.
Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure.
We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before? Maybe he's like a judge kind of character or something.
I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes.
A firm tap? What?
Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo guilty.
Ah.
Oh! You're... I mean, it has been like over a year since we've seen him, so... The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Your Excellency!
Hello, Judge Jigoku. Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time.
Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at that time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this, though really I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Yujin? Of course, Judge Jigoku, not Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. It's still funny to me that he's Judge Hell, right? He seems really nice. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous.
Sorry?
Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you for the work, Lisa. Hopefully your day is going good.
It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on the study tour. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Ah, yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes. Could you tell us any more about it? But first, look at my badge. This is going well, Baldur's Gate shenanigans are happening. Yeah, I saw when I opened up Steam that you were playing, and it was just like, if only. I probably could have switched it up and been like, you know what, I actually don't want to read today, but I'll be good. I'll be good. We gotta go through more of this game first before we can celebrate with more Baldur's Gate. Even though I'm kind of catching up to my stream character with my off-stream character a little bit. Very fun, yee. Professor Mikotoba, I wonder, could I show you something? Why do you seem so nervous?
I suppose because I'm a student showing something to a professor, that's always quite nerve-wracking. Well, I'm sorry I perturb you in that way, but anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Okay. I have nothing to say about an armband. Why are you showing this to everyone? So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. When I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time, we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris! We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I feel like I probably said the wrong word, but it's okay. I'm sure that's why he was invited. And I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugene. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Kazuma's father, I suppose. Anyway, about his dad. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? I feel like Mr. Mikotoba is raising death flags just a little bit. That's correct. Genshin Asogi. Genshin? Genshin Impact? You knew, I presume, Father. Yes. He was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people knew what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh? What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What? What? That's news to us! So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Okay. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive. And here in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unforgivable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Cosima has been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? I guess timing-wise it was fine that we played Baldur's Gate. It was kind of close to 8 days ago that he regained his memories, technically. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugene here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original 3. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today. I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Ugh, no more talk of graves. Very often there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Kaiden, his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, it was our 6th year there. Everything changed with that dreadful case. When the Genshin was arrested. When Genshin himself was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long.
I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here.
Susato-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh, no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly, it was occupied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. I have some dying to do. The point is, I became rather less dependable on than befits a grown man. And it was then when Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. Dying, I want to try that. No, Lionheart, don't do it! completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you?
Also, how are you doing, Lionheart?
Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Susato.
Now then, allow us to take your bags.
Allow me to take your bags. Why? What? One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yes, of course. Look how nervous he looks.
I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think.
Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Doing good was buying tickets for a small trip on Sunday. Nice! That sounds fun. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something.
Shall we return to Baker Street, then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us.
Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Speaking of tickets, the worldwide Miku tour is happening again, so in like April of next year there's gonna be tickets. I'm so excited. I hope they're not too expensive. None of the tickets are actually for sale quite yet, so I can't like gauge how much they're gonna be. I can only imagine close to 100 though, knowing ticket prices. Let's see. Go to Sholmes Suite. Cause that's what I wanted to do the last time they were doing the tours, but of course that was in 2020, so it got canceled for obvious reasons. What is that? A man screaming in the most unflattering way. Do you think... Could it be Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. I don't want to do it anymore.
Mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, huh?
Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red.
I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Right, you two. You're coming with me now. Down to the clink. No, not in prison. It is dark and damp and I don't like it. Boof, the darkness. It is my friend. I am not scared. But you are always scared of the dark.
Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist.
I don't like this. I don't like it. We're tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah. Thanks, Iris. And thanks. You're a great detective.
Oh, his mask is on the table.
Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Runa.
Hello, Iris. We're home.
Well, did you find your daddy?
Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend.
Oh, well that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon.
Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that the greatest of problems known to man. Why is your hair red? But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? There's someone I want to see again soon, or rather hear about. Oh yeah? Which one? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I crumb... do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Oh. ジュゲメジュゲの心すけれ怪獣すげるすごい持つ裏い持つフい持つ組んでるところに住むところやぶるこじのパブルこじパイポのシュリンガンのグラインダイのポンコのピのポンコのパのチョコメのチョスケ Ryunosuke is just like, how are you able to do it even slightly well, Sholmes? I have no idea what I said. Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say.
Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea.
Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now, for I am in fact expecting a guest later today. There's just nothing to talk about his hair. Okay, anyway, the two visitors you had.
Mr. Sholmes,
Who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all matters of infractions.
when the mood takes you?
All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out.
Oh my! You were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes?
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Gregsy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consumedly in the wrong place at the wrong time. There is a word for it, I'm sure. Aha! I have it. A bungler. That's the word. Don't question me. I know for sure it's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good?
I wonder what the men did.
Probably not the hair dyeing. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before?
Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard about it somewhere. Possibly.
It's a revolutionary scientific theory that newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam, the problem of rent? Ha! That is a pretty great problem.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Two-Spells the other day?
Pshaw, a large sum. One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you.
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it.
It's fun to hear things we take for granted today described as new and innovative, right?
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least.
And what was the answer?
Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes.
Don't tell me. Let me see.
Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what it is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think.
In the end?
It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of this conversation.
I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out of this if this charade goes any longer. My goodness.
Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us,
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
that case aboard the SS Buria in January, Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple task to silence the crew. But how? After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, how horrible!
It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong.
Oh!
I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment.
Mr. Sholmes.
I guess we'll look at the mask that's on the table, since we've talked to him about everything now. The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up.
You have to give it back to him, I suppose.
But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself.
But isn't he your best friend?
That's kind of sad. Let me see. Everything looks about the same as it has been. Or is this chair different? No. Okay. Well, I have nothing to present other than my badge. I guess let's go to Lord Strongheart's room. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for me from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord.
What's Lord Van Zeeks doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say?
This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Now we've got attention. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure.
From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here.
Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord, I'm right here. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room as such a perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise.
Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly.
As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madame.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zieks. I will attend at once.
Gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he?
I know, but I haven't done anything...
Have I?
These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe.
Ah, of course.
I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just,
Fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. It would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for that piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though, disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday.
Oh.
Missing?
What's become of Kazuma-sama now? I don't know, let's ask.
Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million.
30 million?
Are there even that many people in the world?
As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million.
I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibit's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries.
It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations!
The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations and across the globe will be essential, which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World.
He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It is my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions.
Oh.
I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily occurring an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial.
We simply can't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policings as I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
The missing apprentice. About Lord Van Zieks' apprentice.
Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he were old friends.
How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zieks in the first place?
It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my! So he stowed away to get here.
He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeeks, that way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeeks with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeeks. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being.
Oh.
I take it you also didn't know that. That the man's father was one of the country's most infamous criminals, I mean.
Genshin Asogi. Genshin Impact.
What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
I almost said forensic dog. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between the two nations at the time, I understand.
Correct. However, it has to be noted that there are some supporters of the professor's apparent case.
What? Supporters of a mass murderer?
The majority of the band's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway.
Right. I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Very interesting. Let's see, is Van Zeek still back here? Oh no, he booked it. He left. Is there usually stuff off to the side here? I was gonna say I can't believe he left, but I kind of can believe that he left. Where do we go now? Maybe to our room? What to do? It's good news that Professor Mikotoba arrived safely, isn't it?
Yes, it's wonderful. And the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me proud to be his daughter.
Your father, Judge Jigoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in the British capital, isn't there?
Well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority.
Susato-san's father, who came here as a visiting student 16 years ago, and Kazuma, it's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. That did not tell me what to do. I doubt there's anything new for here. Oh yeah, absolutely not. So we're missing, maybe we need to look around his suite. Maybe we can find a bottle of hair dye somewhere. We'll look at the tea. My eye is always drawn to the big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table.
Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers?
It is. So you'd think that they'd treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor with for almost 10 minutes, my goodness. Oh dear. That is a painful tale. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions would be answered if you only would read this month's Ranced magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this? If I've remembered correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Ugh, now I've made Susato-san angry as well. You gotta be careful with those things, Naruhodo. Iris's pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me that I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times. Poor Naruhodo. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's in an advertisement column. It says... To the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... Why are you staring at me? Is something on my face? Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. Okay, so now we can approach him about that. Okay, present. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation. Believe me, I could have just seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? So, what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisements you circled? Pardon me, I'm already yawning. Yeah. You noticed in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition of becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me.
But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week.
Oh my, £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every redheaded person in the country would be flocking to join in that case.
You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once.
I mean, yeah, technically you count. So will I, just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think.
The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see.
Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes.
So you decided to try and join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why did it have to go so wrong? Probably because they could tell that it wasn't naturally red. What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. What was your blunder? What was your blunder, you silly?
Or what did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes?
I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop of my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves, and in the course of my work I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one hair a flame like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass.
But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say...
But of course. To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely.
So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members.
So what went wrong? The whole park was chocked with red-headed folk like a coaster's orange borrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" Oops. He's too recognizable. He's too popular. So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked at the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair in to the police.
Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads.
So wait, did they even do anything? Aha! Here is my guest now, my latest client with money to spend.
Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you?
Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due.
What?
Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband, he's run away.
Did nobody answer the phone? To upset me?
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. A personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam. Be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course.
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently.
Yes, now you come to mention it. She was one of the jurors.
As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure.
Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. I shall do it for free. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence.
I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir, this gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me?
What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand.
Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me.
Ah, I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally. After all, he's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Hard of hearing. What? Is it because we keep asking what so much? Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps.
Oh my.
Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Ah, I knew I recognized her.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now.
It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean.
Pardon?
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more.
Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Man, poor Naruhodo. Tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Virgil, my Dahlia is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here.
He looks sad. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married?
It'll be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably.
As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things.
Oh gosh!
Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly, regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other.
Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. He started an OnlyFans. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at a prison.
A guard? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder?
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments?
And at the same times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But For that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other wardens. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No. Lowgate Cemetery, the very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes. I'm afraid you've lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence. Can it?
Very suspicious.
Oh, pardon. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
Sorry, yesterday. That really is recent, laughably so.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away from his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Dally. I swallowed some spit. Whatever could have happened?
My dear Mrs. Virgil, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has been only missing for one day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That really is all there is to it.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
You seek only to put this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. I wonder if she's being genuine or she, like, killed her husband for the money. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Virgil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? How splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Okay, cool. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. Sorry, Iris. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If that time I've successfully located Mr. Virgil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of that case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned amongst us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated.
The professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with his hair. Fair enough. Fair enough. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I'd leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Of course you are.
Okay, so let's... Oh yes, the prison governor's office. Please let us in.
Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4-height outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. That is a... That's an intense clock. My goodness. That's a big bird. My goodness, okay. This place is full of hardened criminals. I can't remember the last time a civilian was down here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me. You can who I am. I'm Governor Barry Kaiden. Yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryonosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean... Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes? Well, there's no way any of your kind... There's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
I didn't notice another prison next door, sir.
Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I didn't like to be direct, but... No intention of speaking with you suspicious-looking Easterners. Now get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means he's racist.
I think it's because of the professor case.
Yeah, you think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison, and then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You're sniffling around about the case, aren't you? I can't do his accent for some reason. Your agency, part of the Professor's great web, no doubt. I think he's like supposed to be Scottish, maybe? Get going with you before I punch your lights out. We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us.
Governor Kaiden.
What are you thinking, Miss Usato?
I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us.
Come to think of it, I have the same feeling.
Your mouth burns. I got talked into trying Carolina Reaper hot sauce. So it's so hot to me. Pepper Brothers still burns when I burp. Oh no! I guess I don't need to ask how you are if you're suffering in pain. My goodness. Was it you?
I don't know why I'm so yawny.
Pokemon Sleep said I got enough sleep. Hello, sir. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Ah, hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Can't say I'm mad about it because I willingly went along with it, right? But still. Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison? Oh, Governor K, did you mean? So it is the same man.
Father, we must speak with the governor.
But he refuses to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? No, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you see. Oh, sorry, I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now, I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Thank you. Yay! Good luck then.
Okay.
Man, maybe I needed to catch up on sleep. I don't know. Cause like I said, my Pokemon Sleep said that I slept long enough. Let me see. How long did it say that I slept for? Can't even tell you what the sauces taste like, nor the burrito I put it on and just tasted hot. Oh no! Let's see. Oh, it's not gonna tell me until I review it. I don't want to quite do that yet. I feel like I got a good percentage though, so I don't know. Anyway, whoops. Is there anything on the back here? Is this a check? No, that's probably in the ticket. Yeah, I feel like a lot of stuff, once it gets like a certain level of spicy, it just tastes spicy. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Kaiden. Or Kaiden. What's this then? You kind of pull the wool over my eyes, you good for nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. That young jock from the forensics laboratory, that Mikotoba? Yes, exactly, him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner.
I am Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Jinx, you're the young man's daughter? And you did not think to mention that before? I do apologize. Oi, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And don't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. That's cute. Stopped using Pokemon Sleep. I've noticed it's not accurate. Yeah, it's not super accurate. There are some times where it's just like, you fell asleep immediately. And it's like, I did not. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
So then, good idea for you, Ed.
Well, we're currently investigating a case.
It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
I've had nothing about of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh. But how can that be?
It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Vigil?
That's right.
His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him.
Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Oh, of course.
Tell us everything you know. Stop yawning!
Okay. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Oh, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? Oh, he does not work here anymore. He left the job. Oh, that complicates things. Was it just yesterday that this happened? Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? I kind of have been much less than 10 years ago now? 10 years? What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye, as I mind it. Do you ken? I've not heard the fella's name in all that time. It's a worry that he's gone missing too. Or is it though? but Mrs. Virgil made no mention of it.
I think perhaps Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know.
I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Cated, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Virgil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago.
Ah.
Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. So Mr. Virgil actually resigned to the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us.
What happened to make him leave the job? Yeah, just a little EP. I don't know why. I think
to be honest, I probably stayed up a little too late playing Baldur's Gate. I think I went to bed at a semi-reasonable time, right? I think. Let me look, because I know I sent my elf a message while I was going to bed. Let me see.
Yeah, I think I went to bed before 2.
You're likely just overtired when you can catch up on your... Yeah, I probably am. Because there was one day... I think it was during the weekend or like towards the end of last week where I just like wasn't able to fall asleep for a few hours. So like I wasn't able to fall asleep until like 3 or 4. So it's probably just from that. I think I've been sleeping a little bit better, but yeah, I don't know why. I think I'll blame Baldur's Gate for my lack of sleep. I'm not afraid of doing that. In actual fact, didn't I leave the job willingly? He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry? A walk? Aye. That's a word for it there.
A walk to the gallows. An execution? It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but can I reveal that information? But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't have known anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be, Anne? That last execution that Mr. Virgil was responsible for overseeing, was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am, but I'm no liberty to answer that.
I see.
Yeah. It's something that you don't really talk about for the most part, so...
My father came to Britain all these years ago in order to study forensic medicine, but you seem to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you ken? Yes, I can imagine.
The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Father worked in a laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinner's. It's still in use today.
St. Sinner's? That's come up before, I'm sure.
You've been there multiple times!
Yes, that's right, we've been there.
Kotoba and I oft used to ride in the carriage together and negotiate terms for more fresh material, I suppose. Aye. And we used to sit in here for hours and gab about sectional sorts. It takes me back. What? Oh, I forgot to disable the save. Ugh, it takes me back. Of a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, I believe.
How charming.
Was a good fella, your father. Reliable, and dead set on his work. I'm wondering, was it Crimson who made that poll, or is Psyche lurking around? He won't tell me who made a poll. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Ah, it's Psyche! I had a feeling. How are you doing? Oh, good stretch.
Majima! He was broken yesterday. He didn't work.
Some nice fresh water. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Second monitor just died this morning. Wow! What the heck? I feel... Wait, is this the same monitor that gave you issues before? Or was this the one that replaced the one with issues? It simply will not turn on. Oh no. Well. I never got a replacement. Oh. So wait, you've been dealing with that for like a year now? Or wait, how long has it been? I feel like it was in like about a year that you've been dealing with that. Why does Psyche have so many tech issues? Right, I have the scuff, but Psyche just has the tech issues. Hopefully you can get a new one at some point. I couldn't tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one more minute for you, Wyan. Sure, I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit in the prison.
Oh, what is it?
It's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Why do you still... like... I feel like it's weird that you would still have it, but I guess since it's like our particular situation.
Oh my, are you sure?
Oi, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original, mind. Okay. Thank you very much, Governor Kaited. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Very suspicious.
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being.
Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Virgil. What will he tell Mrs. Virgil, I wonder? That's a good question. I do want to look at this bird. Oh, look, we have an opportunity here now while the governor is away. Mr. Naruhodo, you could be imprisoned if you were caught. That's a good point. Perhaps not then. Okay, that's probably gonna be the case for, like, everything, yeah. Man, I didn't know I was supposed to look before I talked with him. Okay. Dun, 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 ba, dun, 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 dun. We're back!
Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. I want a scone.
Ah, why is it blue now? Greetings, my dear fellows. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Can no longer watch chat while playing games, but I will still lurk. Okay. Sholmes now has pronouns. Oh no, everybody has pronouns. I think I'm free with your Xbox. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Oh my.
Pray, tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest.
It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that Sholmes!
I have the oldest Xbox known to man, and I still have pronouns.
Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important.
Gina? Did we ever figure out why the VR is on the wall?
I can't believe it. What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
It's the boss.
What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? Is Gregson dead?
Boss is... he's dead.
What?
They just found his body, shot with a pistol.
What? But Inspector Gregson? He was murdered?
No, not Grexy.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. What? He's going to be laying with the things he loved most. Oh no. He is. Oh no. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was really shot?
I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street.
The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then.
Thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case round there.
Oh, how strange.
The boss was... He was so good to me. I know it ain't up to much yet, but one day I was going to show him. I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Ginny.
Gina. So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is?
They got him already.
Already? They've caught the shooter so soon?
A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him.
Who? What awful person did this?
I still can't believe it myself.
Gina? It's like it was the dog.
It was the Reaper.
Oh gosh. Wait a minute. You don't mean they arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it?
That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss.
No. Lord Van Zeeks? There... Something is going on here. I think he was made to do that for, Strongheart probably made him do it. I never noticed how Gina's hair was done up.
Oh, yeah.
Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Baron Von Zeeks the police have arrested.
Saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard.
I don't believe it.
But there were witnesses, and they all said it was him.
So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses?
They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when I got to the scene, there was only the boss and the Reaper bloke in the room.
Well, yeah, it kind of does look like a French braid. I guess you usually don't see it because she has her hat on. But it's cute. But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Stop reading my mind. Are we... This is a case like with heckin' Yakuza, where it's just like, okay, are these our inner thoughts, or are we mumbling these under our breath? I don't know. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You did nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come in all as soon as you can. You've got to help.
It's a detective's lot to appear whenever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then. Inspector Gregson, dead, and Lord Van Zeeks arrested.
Bruno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside.
Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Sato? Yes. Let's go. Let's move. He's just casually sitting in there. There he is. Lord Van Zeeks behind bars. So wait. Is he gonna prosecute himself, or is somebody else gonna be the prosecutor, I wonder? He's
he's just at the prosecutor's stand. It's just like, yep, it's me. I did it.
So it's true. He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeeks!
Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see.
I couldn't very well not come. We heard about what happened. That that Inspector Gregson was...
Go home. This has nothing to do with you.
But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please!
There's really nothing I can tell you.
What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case?
This. The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh. Who might that be?
Someone you know as it happens. Albert Harebrain.
Of course, yes. I keep forgetting that they went to the same university.
And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know?
Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never minces his words, but they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. See, what happened? Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zeeks? What happened?
How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small, rented room on Fresno Street.
And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested.
We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard a gunshot.
Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself.
But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun. Did you?
I'm not in the habit of shooting people I work alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers.
So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh!
After all, you're not representing me.
He is going to need a lawyer, though.
Like, who else would be defending you?
Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks?
Anyone other than you, I should imagine.
Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know.
But this is different.
In my career, of all defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not.
I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole.
But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you?
It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Hairbrain is safely back in Germany now.
He is. So, it appears our conversation has run dry.
There was a 2-second silence, that's all.
Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you.
I was wondering, Lord Van Zeeks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you.
You trust me, do you?
Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people, so I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly.
It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one.
What?
Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese.
Please.
I have no intention of engaging your services.
The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems.
I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time.
Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson.
Watch, it's the professor's son. I forgot his name. Kazuma? Oh, that would be wild, actually. If it's Ryunosuke versus Kazuma. Ooh, you might be onto something there, actually. Why is there a little toy policeman there?
This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life.
Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems.
I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere.
There's a wig!
Oi, what do you think you're doing it there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want a space above the ceiling checked. And don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over the house looking for a dough when the owner's out of town?
Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt.
Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been near long myself.
Hello again, Gina.
Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that flicking that at of his, and then flicking his out of his, and then just scarping.
Oh, he finished investigating already, you mean?
Yeah. He didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me.
Gina, would you mind if we investigated too?
Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right?
Yes. Why?
Well, you're not thinking of trying to help the Reaper bloke, are you?
Oh, poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever.
Gina,
If you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. Suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Odo, get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here.
Thank you, Gina. I'll go investigate first.
Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of the Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah!
What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head.
They are! Look! Mr. Naruhodo, quickly!
That's her. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow?
Of course she's familiar! We met her only this morning!
It's Mrs. Vigil. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped.
I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either.
That's suspicious. Let me look at that right away. Okay, so it's just a picture that we can zoom in on. Darn! I was thinking maybe it was like the whole picture frame and we would like open it up. My little Baldur's Gate brain, it's like, let's search this. Very interesting. An empty fireplace makes the room feel even colder when it would be otherwise, doesn't it?
It's thick with dust, look.
I think it would be fair to say that it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Oh, what's this?
It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way.
Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zieks playing with something like this.
It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case.
Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all, in a way.
It's really cute and charming, and I want one of my own, in a way. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing.
Oh, funnily enough, neither can I.
It's a hairpiece, isn't it?
It is. A bright red hairpiece.
And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it?
And in such a flame-colored red, too.
Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it?
Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it.
Very suspicious. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right, the rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. And would probably be under Dr. Scythe's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. I mean, she has a daughter. Might be under her scalpel. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. That's a strange way to fall.
Are you feeling all right, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it.
Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality.
Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. This is presumably the murder weapon, then.
Oh my! It is real, I suppose.
I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them.
There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot.
No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Okay. And so I guess we can talk to some of the bobbies real quick. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. Oh. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Oh man. That's sad. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Man, they really cared for him a whole bunch. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. It's absolutely covered in scraps of paper.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look.
This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it?
And those are case notes there and details of prison inmates.
Yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings.
Ah, this one here.
Oh, yes, the advertisement, you mean. To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Not enough to have us put it in our thing. Okay, I think I looked at everything that's lookable. Bum 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 bum. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing in here in the first place?
That's what I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up on me diving and become a detective instead.
Oh, yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you as an apprentice, didn't he?
Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. It turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard.
Goodness, really?
They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that.
He did?
Yep, and ever since then he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently.
That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So, what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this?
I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look what I landed him.
Respect for the Reaper? In what way?
I heard him say as much. I'll take my hat off to the fella, were his words.
Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper.
Yeah, the boss said it. That's exactly why he respected the bloke.
I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard.
He said something else to me and all. I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people what are bad. Did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that.
Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here?
Apparently it's been being rented for some cov named Hugh Bone.
Hugh Bone, or Boone. Hugh Boone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that isn't it?
Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him.
I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever.
Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into this investigation. But as there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves.
I do wonder. Yes, Miss Usadol?
Well,
Could it be that this Hybun or Hubun is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some sort of secret office of his. I'd never even considered that.
Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like ourselves.
You are?
You look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it.
We should really investigate this place in detail. I thought we did already. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there.
Yeah, that's right. He said it was a single bullet what did him in.
Thank you for the hydrating stretch.
Apparently the bullet went right through and stuck that candle tree on the wall.
Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely.
And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that.
What? Really?
How do you know that? Take it easy! Oh, I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. Only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself, but there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him?
A bigwig lawman? Is it?
Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot.
Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside.
Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here. After all, they'll be getting a grilling.
Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves?
I doubt it. Lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping around for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all.
So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. The boss in Armored Core got nerfed, which is good for me because I can finish AC 6 now, but a shame because I wanted to kill it at full strength, right? Let's see. Well, you just said that you don't know much about guns. Do you know about this wig? Gino, what do you make of this?
What is that evidence? Working something out about what happened, have you?
Oh, no, not exactly.
I've been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss.
Okay, do you have anything to really say about anything? Okay, seems not. How about this? Nope, nothing to make of that. Dun 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 bum 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 dun. Okay, but just wanted to make sure. Hot girl, best girl, she do be best girl. I would say that. Also, hello nobody. How are you doing? Let me see if I missed anything real quick. I think I looked at everything that I could. Oh, maybe over by the window. Also can't stay, but hi, hello. Okay, let me, no, I don't want to click on that. Yes, the window. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room that was totally blocked up with bricks, this one does at least let in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Oh gosh! Ah! Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Found another parasite VTuber? Wait, I found one or you found one? Because I don't know if I've found one. So I can only assume that you've found one. Unless, like...
Unless Queen Cheeky is secretly a parasite VTuber, but I don't think they are. I'm not 100% sure, actually. But I want to say they're not. I don't know. Oh yeah, closer look at this. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind. Look. I suppose if a bullet had hit it. It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh, now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. What wax are you talking about, Majima? Very intriguing. Okay. I don't know if we've found everything yet. I keep expecting it to, like, do a time skip once we have, but maybe not. Ah! Well, it's more like we were watching another VTuber and parasites were brought up and made the same joke. Oh! Oh gosh, I already forgot. I vaguely remember, but I forgot. I'm gonna look at... I need to look at a few of these, actually. There's some black marks here, look! Okay, let me get rid of the save thing. Because that's meant for art streams. Let me see. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. Thank you for the 1 bit. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Very interesting. I wonder... Okay, that's the only thing to really look about. Okay, so let's look at the gun. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so? Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. Perhaps someone more familiar with firearms could shed a light on the things here. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be looking at it with no knowledge. Anything secret in the wig? Looks pretty normal, I think. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have had to use a lot of bird lime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you just wanted to take it off again, don't you think? Secret, secret, I've got a secret. Do 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 do. Secret, secret, na 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 na. Meow. Meow. I clicked on the one space that wasn't a thing. It was flashing earlier though. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled, almost as if somebody was enjoying twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun. Ah! What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Interesting. Wait, that looks like a gun. I don't know if it is if it's a key or if it's like a miniature gun thing because of the hole that's here. It looks like some sort of key.
Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for?
Okay, maybe it's not. I don't know. It seems gun-like in shape, but maybe it is a key. Got a real pea shooter. Oh no. Okay, I think that's all we can really inspect here. Do we have more to talk to you about? No, I don't think so. Maybe we can present this now that we know that it has a key of some kind? No, okay. So maybe we need to leave and come back, because I think we've done all that we can here. So let's move. Maybe we can present some of these to Zeke's. Nope, we can't present anything. He just wants to ignore us. Maybe Lord Justice's office? The music stopped. So that's a good sign. It's like we show up and he's dead.
You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone.
Ah! Is everything in place?
I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama!
Ah, your timing is impeccable.
It is?
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
I believe only in the facts, and the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zeeks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh, no, surely not.
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes.
So does that mean the trial is tomorrow?
Precisely. Okay, time to avoid a long rest. We're going against Strongheart. Maybe. In fact, it is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. No, I'm pretty sure we're going against Kazuma, like you said earlier. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. You were joking. Well, it made a lot of sense when you said it. Wait. What? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor?
Because when you said it, it's just like, oh yeah, that would make perfect sense. We start on the same side and then we end up on opposing sides. Like, it made 100% sense to me. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial would be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now...
Hello, Dragonbolt, it's going good.
The Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. I swear writing under murder mysteries rotted my brain until the point I can casually joke about something and spoil a specific murder, probably. Okay, who
Since you got brain rot, what are your bets on who actually killed Gregson? Oh look, Reaper of the Trial. I wonder when this has happened before, right? Right? Who could have foreseen this? This is a new thing for this series.
But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent.
That certainly is true. Or it has been, at least until now. Remember this kept happening in Isomnia? I think so, yeah. No. Tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Which I hope we get news sometime this year about the next one. Probably not. We might have to wait until next year.
So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow?
That's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. I just realized Ace Attorney is like the legal equivalent of Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh my gosh! Well, I mean, like, there was that one live action movie that they did for, like, I think the first trial. I think it was a live action movie that when they were presenting evidence, they were using like these really dramatic holograms and like pointing dramatically. Where it starts off kind of normal at first, but eventually it seems as if the whole world revolves around these courtroom battles, right? A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
I've no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor.
But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial.
You asked for this? But why?
It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation.
I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as a judiciary closing ranks.
So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution?
Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months.
Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend.
Right, time to save the man. Ace Attorney mystery works differently to how I and most write mystery. It gives you all the clues off the bat, but it doesn't give you enough to figure out how the clues fit together. And it gives red herrings too, so you're looking for a bald dude, but I was right. So it was just Kazuma, yeah. Yeah, they absolutely do a thing of just like, yeah, it's this, but they don't give you the steps onto why it's this. So you have that little bit of doubt of like, And then it's like very slightly different than what you were expecting.
Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of the Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me to ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. You can do it. Boss him around.
It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim.
No. Gregson had his gun on his person.
What about Lord Van Zeek's?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeek's.
Do you know anything about this wig?
Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart?
I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence.
Oh.
Especially when the evidence in question is so dull.
Ah.
So that's the real reason. Okay, how about this toy that has a key or a gun? No? That's still dull? Okay. I will take a sip of my gamer subs then. Well, you're probably not going to answer anything then. You're a large lawyer trying to prove innocence. Not a detective. This is an outside in towards the out inside out the all the inside out. All the evidence has already been gathered, and you're fitting it together. And inside out is you're gathering evidence as you go. I can't believe the thing that was a typo didn't confuse me as much as the rest of the sentence. Maybe Sholmes has something to say about something? No, not at all. There's nobody's here. Are you sure you don't want to talk with me, Zeeks? No? Okay. I guess talk to the dad, maybe? Dad might have something to go off of. Professor Mikoltaba is obviously trying to relax on that settee there.
Father has only just arrived after a very long voyage from home, and tomorrow he will speak at an important symposium that will garner the attention of the whole world. He needs a little peace and quiet now.
I was just about to think that.
Pardon?
It's one thing reading my thoughts, but at least let me have them first.
Oh dear, perhaps my brain works too quickly.
Okay, so that's a don't bother him kind of thing. Hey, I know that you said for me not to show up again, but okay, you're not here. Maybe we can talk to you? That's probably what it wants us to do. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be all right now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right.
Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia?
It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Eat the brainworms. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London.
I'm so sorry for what's happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before. I can't believe Cosmos is playing Baldur's Gate 3, right? He's a time traveler. Okay, how I write a mystery is I write about the murder scene first, and then I go add more details as my reader and the pro tag figures things out, but everything was there. It's a matter of what's important. This game takes the opposite approach. Every detail is already there.
but you're trying to figure out what goes to who and not who does what. True. And then, like, even the witnesses that we can't talk to might have something to do with it, but I think most of the time it's the people that you meet earlier. So I'm pretty sure it's the lady. I don't know. Eat the brain worms. No, thank you. No, poor place. Damn, those worms have some freaky abilities if they're letting him time travel. They have a lot of abilities. It's fine.
Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Okay, cool. That is what it wanted us to do. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Eh? Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I want to give you a kiss. I just wanted to thank you.
Kazuma-sama, what?
You took my determination to heart and brought it with you and over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection.
You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system.
Doing their shipping on stream. You know, it's fine.
It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you.
Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here.
Oh?
I actually have a favor to ask.
Which is...
This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel.
Why? What's this all about?
I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent.
He does?
It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. I feel like Strongheart is trying to... Interesting. Is trying to make light of Yogimi approach to Yogimi? Wait. To justice where your accuses you're automatically guilty. Huh? Can you open up your super special secret folder real quick for me? Gotta check if there's any Kazuma Naruhodo sketches there. No, I haven't drawn anything for them. Oh, Yagami. I was like, who's Yogimi? That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. And a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? Mate, the entirety of Ace Attorney is guilty until proven innocent. Yeah. It was displayed very prominently in the defense's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? This is a mystery. Sorry, I'm using broken English, German, and Japanese phonetics since I'm trying to spell stuff out. Oh, jeez. Okay, let me see if this is just a picture we can zoom in on. Yep, okay. Okay. So let us go to the prison and be like, hey, so I know what your dad looks like. I know what your dead dad looks like. Oh, wait, no. Wait, maybe it's his brother? That might have been his brother, actually. I don't remember the status of his father, but I remember his brother's dead. So that might be his brother. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter.
We've been gone quite some time, though.
Either he's an incredibly slow reader or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry, I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no.
We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi. That made the color drain from his face. Well then. Seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Anyway, hey, is this your dead brother? Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. What? Color the dude already looks like he gave it the color. Oh, what color? Is the man on the left here? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. Okay, cool. It's young Xehanort. Honestly, it is very similar hairstyle. It had to be, really. That means his older brother isn't actually an older brother, it's just him. Hi, Majima. Can you believe this? Apparently this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. Show the redhead article to him? Oh my gosh, I should. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. Then there was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as a stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey.
Oh no, knocking! No!
Whoops. Present. It's not for me. Ah, that's not why I was showing you it? I suppose. If it was a black-haired league, you would have no hesitation. None whatsoever. Sadly, my own hair could no more be described as black as it could red. What colored league should I then join? People are troubled by the most unexpected problems at times. What league would I join with my hair? Is it purple? Is it silver? Gray? I'm not quite sure. Here's a wig for you then. What's that? It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a very serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. All right, I get the message, but I don't see what's illegal about me asking. Thank God he never lived to see video games with character customization. You never find a game that lets you have a ashy gray character. Good Lord, don't just touch grass. The Reaper needs to lay in it. Oh no! Yeah, it is.
His skin tone would definitely be kind of tricky to get. I think he could maybe close in Baldur's Gate. I don't know for 100%. See, sounds like these would affect me more because I disabled the chat box notification. Oh, geez, yeah. Yeah, like I said, close, but not quite. Baldur's Gate does not let you be as untouched as that. Right, that's why I said close. Let's see. Maybe present this? Okay, not really. Why am I dunking on him? I'm not much better. Let me be vamp pale, right? Let me be as like white as snow. Let me be unnaturally white. I can be unnaturally gray. Why can't I be unnaturally white? No, you don't even say anything about the gun. Right? Why can't we be a star in color? Right? I want to be glow in the dark. I want to be a little ceiling star. I get in front of a ray of sunlight and I flashbang everyone around me. They're just like, ah, I can't see. Starion was the only person allowed to be literally white. I can't believe he's the token white player. Oh no. Okay, so apparently I can't present anything else to him other than the picture of his dead brother. Anyway, Asogi. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of the prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi.
Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father.
Oh, true. I gotta show him the armband. I'll do that after talking about Asogi.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. That's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset.
But what could he have been hoping to achieve?
And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia.
Him amoeba.
I blame my Irish heritage for making me blindingly pale. Oh no. Yeah, that could be something about that.
Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that?
He's amoeba.
Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all us Japanese.
Okay, before we talk about your racism, look at my armband. Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun and quirky? I think you know that this is worn by people in my country to show that they're defense lawyers, don't you?
And I think you know that I believed you to be merely playing a lawyer craft initially. But it would seem your armband may actually imply some dormant talent after all.
Lord Van Zeeks! Do you mean...
Let's hope you wake up soon. Yes, I was clearly daydreaming. I almost thought I got a compliment there.
Finger press. Just Zeffy, please.
Okay. I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother, Clint, the director of the prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. my esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted Inasogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the Professor case inquiry, Lord Mael Strongheart. I knew something was going to be sus with him, so that's going to link something.
Wait, what? Lord Strongheart?
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I've felt indebted.
I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And, of all things, as a lawyer.
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing for us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years that hatred had festered inside me, I could no longer control it.
And I can understand why now that I know the history.
But in the same way that I have long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi I am the bane of his, the Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow.
I mean, it's not that he liked his father. I mean, you know, he has that parental like, but, you know, his father was a murderer, so...
Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month, but he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy.
Oh, yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean.
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh!
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place.
It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made.
What sort of approach?
After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my! 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising?
Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. My brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined that it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
Inspector Gregson.
The gun. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene.
Yes, that's not mine.
Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as it is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
That I don't know.
Oh!
I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps.
You have something in common with Lord Van Zeeks, after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No. This has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it.
Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese.
Oh, dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Okay. So that implies that he probably hasn't seen it for 10 years. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name.
I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers, but there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
What's that?
That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks!
From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey, almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here was a loathsome Nipponese, who was absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only 2 other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this photograph?
Ah, yes. I always laugh when I see it. Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me?
Of course I will. It'll be an honor.
Such a weird one to play at that time.
Majima! I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo.
Then my life is in your hands.
Where did it go?
My goodness, I wish when I was still on the screen at the end of the throwing. I'm glad I didn't press the button, I would have broken it. Why are you just throwing me up?
Okay, are we good now? For Lord Van Zeeks. That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend, Kazuma.
Yippee! Okay. It's a little bit early, but that transition actually makes it very perfect for the break, I think. We'll be back at it like exactly 3, so that'll be cool.
Okay, so let me get it all ready. And so we are going to take a little break. It's going to be 10 minutes. This is a good time. Why are you screaming? This is a good time to get up and stretch, use the bathroom, get us a little snack, and anything else would take 10 minutes. Anyway, I can't word right now. Let's go on to the break, shall we? Ada, ada, wee!
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you anxiety. Okay, there's like not
all
I miss
that
my tails,
much?
wife.
What?
Wait, hold on.
Hello, E103 symbol. Time to kill. Kill my brother. Kill brother. Kill. 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 Destroy. You are a creation of Eggman, which means you are enemy. Ooh. Fish and cheese. Perfect. Let me see. Cracked stone.
Something underneath here.
Is there? That was so
Here, slide down a little bit. No! We're gonna be stuck.
I'm going.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Everyone's almost there. I panicked. I panicked so bad. Okay. This is for real.
All I'm saying is that aesthetically, you look like you have skeletons in your body. What do you mean? Like my previous boy crushes? Like, I've already told you, you Eggies, that my first anime crush was Inuyasha, specifically during a full moon, when he's in a murderous rampage. I don't make good decisions. See, the childhood skeletons I'm talking about. I have already taken those out of the closet. I know it's basic. It was the 4th grade.
That's right. You're not a politician anymore.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Hello, Peach! I have ascended.
Stuff and it was just like, I'm excited. Ah.
It's all right now, because I am here. Half might, half for all. We are full-time heroes.
Are you okay, Mr. Ryuki? I feel like you aren't exactly sound of mind right now.
Don't believe so? Name them Jerry. Isn't there someone already? Wait, no. I was thinking of Jerry from Back in Undertale. I don't know. I kind of want to name them Beaches. And thus our contract is struck. Bring me the god tears and I shall reward you. You're a squid, you're a kid, you're a skid.
This is the story of Anna saying how she unalived a sex worker.
Kit-chan, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in your own my own tears? Why is the button to heat seek against the rings the same button as bouncing on the ground? Let me get her. You cannot stop my ascension. Oh, calcium is a flesh burger.
We have opened the door.
Ara.
Are you hitting me?
Cool.
Zeph?
Hmm?
I didn't hear you say this line.
Oh,
Or
did
is
you
this
want me?
technically me?
This is
since it's
technically you.
narrated? Oh, okay. Sorry. Oko-san used wing attack. It's super effective.
Cool! They'll rue the day they crossed Oko-san. He'll have them flayed, hanged, shot at dawn. He will. Cool! Oko-san must now train to achieve true pudding. Farewell.
We'll do Ursa Major, I suppose, first. It got away. To tell you the truth, we were also making a constellation. Ursa Major, to be exact. A parent that leaves all the work to the child that looks bad. Deadbeat, yes? You would know. Then, the door exploded open as Kinzo yelled out loud, with Genji and Nanjo standing behind him.
I lived! Happy Halloween! And trick or treat! Why is this making me laugh so much?
Blue, green, red, white. Blue, green, red, white. Blue, green, red, white. Blue, green, blue, green. Does it start over? It's like I couldn't restart the thing. Come on, Sonic, you have to match my energy. Come on, Sonic, stop rushing into things. Yum. Oh yeah. What am I doing? Hello? Is that supposed to happen? Take that. Yes, very happy. I'm glad you're happy about this, nobody. Hello? Oh, okay.
Does that mean that I get to kidnap you? JK.
One thing, you know, the fact that Shin won't hold hands with you, because holding hands is lewd. Like, oh my gosh, that's so lewd. Like, holding hands? Wow.
So you're such a dirty man, Sawa.
Maybe? That looks pretty nice. No, these aren't like your usual amount of say-so. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you saying, are you... That's valid, actually. That's valid.
The power of the
A lot of these people. Give me the clown. He's still over there. Rudolph shot first. But even before the bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. She then raised a purple curve springing out from her arm. However, incredibly, before that arm could decapitate Rudolph, he had swung his gun behind him. The barrel remained pointed behind his back, from the same motion in which he had reloaded the sawed-off.
And we are back. Hopefully everybody had a good break. I grabbed some rice and munched like half of it. And almost choked on my gamer subs. But I am good. Okay, this is the next day at almost 9.
There's an old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse.
Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air.
There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose.
You almost got gamer subbed over. Gamer subbed over? What? Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please.
Oh my, I do apologize.
However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected.
A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago.
A closed court.
Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree.
To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem.
Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion.
I have no idea how my stomach ails me or you have no idea how it ails me this morning.
Oh dear, how awful for you.
I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes.
Anyway, about that, and good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim.
And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever.
Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagement with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you.
What an honor. And that would be
your eye for a good lawyer, sir.
Mr. Sholmes.
After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind, my own.
What are you trying to say?
I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper.
Sorry to barge in. Gina, you have an armband now. What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose.
Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium?
It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see.
Odo? Oh, yes, Gina?
Want you to agree to this, eh? Want you to take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him what killed the boss.
I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that.
Well, if it weren't him, who was it?
I don't know that yet.
Okay, who calls him what? Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, you gotta help him.
I'm trying to find Oppenheimer's outfit in all pink for my work spirit week. There's a Barbie and Cowboys Day and I have a joke in mind. That'll be so fun. You, in theory, should be able to find one. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. At least, that may be some solace to the deceased. I mean, like, you basically just need to have a pink suit, right? I would recommend going to, like checking, thrift stores, like Goodwills and stuff.
If you can't find the pink one, you can at least find like a white one and dye it pink.
Please, Odo. Get whoever did this. For the boss. Oh, Gina. I ain't feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find who did this and make the ret pay.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. All right then. Here we go.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks.
One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all those dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look at it straight in the eye. This is gonna be a long one, I can feel it. I wonder if it's gonna have any, like a break for the next day. In theory, it should, right? It's the Reaper's brother. This is why it was shown Cosmo was still alive, to show deaths can be faked. Your speech to text is really bullying you today, Rocket. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Barak von Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. This isn't autocorrect, it's just me making weird Freudian slips.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. What is it, Callie? What are you questioning?
Can you stop?
I can take a break and eat some rice. Is that what you'd like me to do, Callie? I need context on what you want me to stop! So close. So close to his face.
Anyway.
The truth revealed by these proceedings. What? What is happening? What is happening? Too much is happening is the answer. I don't know, I'm gonna cool down. Ah! Ah! Do you want me to go back to Baldur's Gate? Is this what you want? Do you want me to go back to Baldur's Gate? Are you bored of Face Attorney? The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, we are to be conducted as a closed trial, with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? You're not gonna do a summonation examination every 2 steps. The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders.
Majima.
Therefore, as you will see,
The juror's bench shall remain vacant today. You will still do a summonation examination.
If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness the proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. Please don't be racist, status judge. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in the courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is... What? I'm sorry, Psych just really wants me to spoil not Genshin Impact. He wants me to spoil Baldur's Gate for him so bad. He doesn't even want to see my character, but he wants to see where we're at. Oh gosh. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. No, don't spoil Genshin Impact. Kazuma? Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Rocket, you followed me on VGen. You know what it is. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on the 1st of November at just after 5 o'clock on the afternoon. Spoil Genshin Impact and their new boy thing twins. Keeps acting up. Wait, what? My goodness. I mean, I would spoil Astarion. I technically am right now. Not off stream yet. I haven't taken enough naps for that. The incident took place on the first, we already said that. What was that smirk? The heck? Yeah, I mean, what smirk? The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. Just because I made an account and followed you doesn't mean I can remember what it's called. Fair enough. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed in this court. I'm still neutral affiliation with Astarion off stream. There's nothing happening like that. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yeah, I'm not off stream. He has only done it on stream. Don't be so disrespectful. He drank from pigs and kobolds and some other thing that he listed. We are not his first juice box. Okay, we need to focus on court. For sentient juice box. Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot and all have reported the same thing. I know. Can you believe this, Crimson? Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. It was a closed room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. What? How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. Is there? But the powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at a point-blank range. If I ask Astarion what his favorite fruit juice and he says dragon fruit, I'm unsubbing. Can you imagine? I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Council. I was hoping you'd clip the spit. I mean, my VODs stay up for a little bit. So anyone is willing to go back. Hi, Majima. Don't worry, I have 2 hands. Okay, anyway. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Okay, here's the ear we're going. Here we're going. Here we're going.
Well, my tracking got lost there. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. For not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance cannot be proven. Hello. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him.
On your wall voice, oh my gosh. There was a candelabrum mounted onto the wall. And the tip of that one of the candles that was found in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Council. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. 2 hands, one for Majima and the other for that. Oh no! How do? For that little bedbug. Is this Fresno Street Room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is a precious little furniture inside, and it is genuinely in a poor state of repair. If one hand is for Majima and the other is for Astarion, what happens to Peach? Oh, we can sell. Her hand is in the hand that I'm holding Astarion's hand in, because she also likes Astarion. She hasn't even bought the game yet, and she really likes Astarion. She's got that Astarion brain rot. Peach gets the tail. Yes, she gets to ride on the tail. Daisy chain and the point wings. Yeah, you already hate Astarion. No! What? I was gonna ask what character you might like, but I don't know. You'll have to say once you actually get the characters. Psyche is just jealous, maybe. But there was plus a little furniture inside, and it's generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing in there? Presumably he was investigating some case of hate popular characters. That's why I hated Sasuke. Makes sense. I mean, honestly, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I feel like it's mostly like the voice. If you don't like characters that... I can't do the voice right now because Uru voice.
But if they do this voice...
If that's all, like... If you're not a fan of that style of voice, it's probably not going to get much for a story. And you're going to be like, wow, this guy is a little pretentious, probably. When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. Like nerdy girls and soft boys. You might like one of the girls that you meet really early on. Zephy, did you see the Karwak cosplay I sent you? I did. I didn't take a good look enough at it. I can't believe Psyche is a contrarian. Actually, I can believe that very easily. I mean, you know, there's different tastes for everybody. Actually, would we count the wizard as a soft boy? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. Just take bets on who Psyche will like. Her chest lights up like it does in the game. Oh yeah. Oh no. I mean, I can
understand not liking something specific because it's popular. Because I used to be like that with animes, where it's just like, oh yeah, this is gonna be the next Naruto. I'm not even gonna look at it. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. It's not even like actually popular things. It was just a thing of like, this looks like it'll be popular. I ain't gonna look at it. Still not looking at My Hero Academia. I love Vigilante. I don't know what happens in Vigilante, but it looks really neat. But yeah, I totally understand, especially the fan base. A name, please, counsel. Naturally. The accused himself. Lord Van Zieks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of the office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. I feel like Psyche wouldn't like Wazel. I don't know. We'll see for sure once he starts playing, but I feel like that's not necessarily what he'd go for. I don't know. So, witness, state your name and the occupation for the court. Barrack Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening presses. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why were you there in a room with on Fresno Street at the time in question?
And what exactly took place? It's like, is a soft boy and soft boys like tough girls? I mean, I don't know. He said he likes nerdy girls and soft boys, so I don't know. Well, like I said, we'll see. Because I don't know what would constitute as a spoiler for him, so. Different writer/artist handles Vigilante. Oh, really? And that writers/artists are so good at handling different people's settings. They're currently doing a manga that's a spoof on the Spider-Man run where Dr. Octopus possesses Spider-Man, with Dr. Octopus instead possessing a random Japanese schoolgirl. Oh gosh, is that the one that like they looked like Uraraka? Or is that a different one? Trust me, get to know Carlac better and he'll fall for her. I mean, she seems really cute. Also, with my Dark Urge character, I found the person that I needed to meet up with for Carlac. So I hope he's there after the thing that happens at the Grove. And I hope I can find the item that he needs. Because I don't think I've pocketed it. I don't remember where I pocketed it. But I don't think I have on stream. That's a different manga, but she appears in them. Oh, that's cute! I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. Must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. You don't actually need Will to get Carlac, he just gives you an easy waypoint to her. Fair enough. I mean, no, Dark Urge has... I found Carlac. I have no idea how to explain what I'm talking about without being spoilery. I don't think I can say anything. Wasn't Chainsaw Man in My Hero manga? I don't know. Just say spoiler alert, stream for like 30 seconds and say it.
Fatima! Okay, I'm gonna say a very little thing. I'm still gonna say it vaguely, but I am still gonna like... I would recommend if you don't want anything spoiled in terms of Baldur's Gate to like mute for like a few seconds. I will zoom in when I'm done. Yeah, spoiler alert. Okay. Hopefully you've muted. This is your last chance. Okay. The person for her heart thing that you have to get, what was it, Infernal Metal or something like that, to make her more powerful. I found him in the Grove.
in my Dark Urge playthrough, and so now she's stronger, and he's like, okay, meet me in Baldur's Gate. So I hope that he's not gonna be dead after the Grove attack, and I hope that I can backtrack and find where I found that for the stream-wise. But yeah. In theory, everything should be fine. I don't know.
Okay, we're good. No more spoilers. No. Why are you scanning? There's barely anything. There's nothing on screen. I just covered the chat a little bit.
Da-da-da-da! Top right corner. My goodness.
Oh, no. Talking rid of me.
I'm too large. Oh no, maybe I'm not too large. Ah! Oh my gosh. Vanzix is just patiently waiting. Your formal testimony then, witness. Except for the voice slipped for a moment there. Wait, what? That one? Okay. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside.
Majima!
It was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around, and I saw the revolver on the floor. And then I was bum rushed and promptly arrested. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Yeah, that's really suspicious. That's incredibly suspicious. You were definitely set up. That testimony was the whole truth. It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that so? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. Yeah, it has to be like the witness is the perp, or like they're the accomplice to the perp. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out that you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asselgy. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Right, he did sort of die, he got amnesia. So maybe he has a little bit of his amnesia personality with him still.
You got your
What? No, you found the secret!
You got your
Just dances. Oh, why was there a knife? Looking at you. Oh gosh. Redeemed Munch. Or defaulted to his dad's personality. Oh no, maybe. Oh gosh. Ah! Knife to beat you. Oh, the little juniper one. That's cute. Okay, let's go back. We need to press on everything. You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating,
Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. If that is not the case, Lord Van Zeeks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the criminal. And yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Oh gosh, the text. Hey, have you not heard Gregson from his mouth saying he's willing to take bribes? I mean, are you saying he's taking a bribe to pretend to be dead? Why did I ever think I could defend this man? Had you ever been? Has it already been that span of time? Time is weird. My goodness. No, he wasn't really cop. Majima! Well, now he's dead. Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. Only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed it if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Why did you exclamation point TTS? There's a small desk in the room just there. Yes, I remember. There was an oil lamp on it, as well as a framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and I started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. Majima! Wait. So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Then could it be? It still has the same countdown. That the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside of the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was careless on my part. It was like a Nipponese in a restaurant. Presumably, then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. Favorite chip? I usually go for barbecue chips. If you are asking for brands, let me see. Oh, it's probably gonna... No, it's probably not gonna click away if I do it like this. There it is. Wait, isn't that the same plot of the very first case? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because Because usually I go for the Hawaiian kettle chips brand, and it's a luau barbecue is what I usually go for.
Why? Are you bullying me because I got this directed because Psych asked me a question?
Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from
Fatima.
from somewhat hastily, it came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not.
What?
The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder.
But then where on earth is the gun that was fired?
Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that.
Machiwell guns, yeah. One day I'll play Dead Souls. Hopefully at one point they make like a Dead Souls Kiwami. So that way I don't have to actually, like, get it on the PS3. Zombie Takis? That's habanero and cute. Verdict, worst chip I've ever had. They taste like sour pasta water. Ew! That sounded like intriguing until you told me what it actually tasted like. I remember there was this one year, that like there was zombie Skittles. That like it was basically a roulette of Skittles. And someone was like, oh yeah, it just tastes like pasta sauce for the zombie ones. And I was like, oh, it can't be that bad. And so I grabbed some on clearance and then I had it and it tasted like what you would imagine rotting flesh to taste like. And I was like, I cannot finish these. You still haven't had the zombies? That was years ago. I'm pretty sure they've probably gone off by now. One day I'll play the Dark Souls Tony Hawk skating conversion. Do it. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness gracious. I'm gonna do a thing. One day I'll play Higurashi. Maybe someday. Maybe someday indeed. I am gonna be off screen for a second for no real reason whatsoever. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I will be back here in a second. Dun, 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 dun. Are we good? Are we good? Psych trying to cheat. A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume. Comes back in a new outfit. That would be funny. That would take a lot of execution, though. One of the witnesses, I presume. That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? I think. Wait. Why did that do? Wait. What? How did Crimson's Throw do something? How did it, I think that text is for the Kirby. Why am I being bullied? Why am I being bullied? Why? Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler, they're all given statements saying that they heard the gunshot. Not really, you can have outfits set as different toggles. I mean, you see how long it takes for my model to load sometimes. Oh, and now you see you broke it. You broke it. And without thoughts of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem.
They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process.
But you're supposed to be the Reaper.
The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? I'm sad because there's a new area to explore in Palia and it's bugged and nobody can get in yet. Oh no! That's how betas work, I guess. Do you have a version of this model that isn't clothed? You can add different outfits to. Yeah, I can add different outfits to it. Really easy. It's just a thing of like, exporting this model takes like a good 10 minutes. So if I add more outfits to this one specifically, I don't know how long it would take. I am very afraid of heckin' memory leaks for Java programs. I would have to get a PC. My PC is fine. I upgraded my PC so that way heckin' Unity wouldn't get memory leaks. Okay, there we go. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At the moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first, nothing more. My model only takes 20 minutes, but I'm... Only 20 minutes? Only 20? Rocket, that's not normal for live 2D. That's not good. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere. I have no idea.
Objection.
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused Beric von Zieks is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. Are we gonna give him his armband back, or I mean, maybe. I don't know, because we still have a sword too. As if I'm drawing a rather advanced model. That makes me even more concerned on why it takes you 20 minutes for it to open. For a 4x3? Rocket, this model's height is almost 11,000 high. Like, how is yours taking more time to open than mine? I'm very concerned. How many heckin'... No, I'm 11,000 pixels tall. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it had been blown off by a powerful impact. Why is 1 mile? So wait, how am I all of a sudden from feet to miles? Yeah, if you examine the tip of the long candle. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. I never bothered to install new RAM sticks in my new PC, and it takes different RAM sticks than my old one. So you're telling me to update my computer.
gosh. It's around 9.6. Oh my gosh. That means that I can print myself at any resolution. It's fine. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly a different length. My iPad can open my model faster than my PC. Yeah, so you need to update your computer, Rocket. My goodness. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the candle is long. You can reasonably expect someone to have lit all 3 candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Ah, I see. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other 2 candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. Ah. And now to the next lie. There's more? I had to upgrade my graphics driver because I could play. My goodness. See, mine still has trouble with BG3, which means I have to have it on like medium settings for stream or else I lag. But like it's relatively fine when I play it off stream on high settings. My computer does sound like a little angy, but like it's fine. Candles don't emit a ton of light, yeah. I mean, yeah, not really. The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before, but my current computer so I could play Cyberpunk 2077 and then never finish the game. Oh my gosh. And they're even getting like a DLC later this year, I think. Computer can have a little angry as a treat. Yeah, could be a little angry. It's not like I've heard it sound matter, so it's fine. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. My monitor can have a little malfunction as a treat. Yeah, just a little bit. It goes without saying that the contents of the police document cannot be divulged. However, later this month. Oh, right, it is this month. Like, it's coming out at the same time as the DLC for the Sonic game. My computer is on paper more powerful than my old one, but I haven't upgraded the new one, so as much as the old one. Oh no. Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember when I did all the updates, because I know I updated the graphics when we were playing Nirvana Initiative. I forget when I upgraded it before that, because I upgraded like everything but the graphics card, because that's when graphics cards were crazy. They included the number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which is from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. Indeed, what is that common thread, Council? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barrick von Sakes. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord. Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout. His base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet, the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No. The truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? Oh my gosh! I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Before I got Starfield, I'm going to invest in my PC more. Yeah, that might be a good idea. And I still say you should probably at least start it with Game Pass. It'll help a little bit financially. Order!
Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak von Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with the prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable. Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Yeah, it'll be smart to start it on Game Pass for stream and then buy it on Steam for personal play. Oh yeah, that could be a thing too. Yeah. Thank you, my lord. I didn't even consider stuff like that. And now, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. Oh, actually, would that be a good idea? Because I feel like that would... You'd have 2 instances of the game downloaded onto your computer. Unless you, like... I don't know. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well. Lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Names? We don't use names. We're far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live.
I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down the Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. Ah. I've had 3 versions of the game before. I had DVD on Epic and on Steam, and I think I had it on Game Pass. Your poor computer! Would I be right in assuming that all 3 of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jolly little tidbits passerby, you know? Sir, were you choked? You had a very, like, specific red line on your neck. Jaunty little tidbits? I'm gonna absolutely smash it for you, sir. Right up your ginnel it is. 6 pence is the price, not a penny less. Oh wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man.
Give him the money and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel. All right. 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on? Just between us, a young couple on Slight Street have just had twins. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. You know how many times I have accident because I forgot I had it on a different platform? Oh gosh. I got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, isn't it? Sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids.
Oh!
6 pence a pop. What do you say?
You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Specifically when I tell them that if they get 100, they can blow up the school.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh?
Want to part with sixpence for a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you can blow up the whole courtroom.
Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel. All right, I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff. Right then, this is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus Special, only 600 pence.
600.
It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there?
And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. Apparently it's gonna be relevant. And the last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell? Ooh, so maybe he was killed and then the person got away and then they set off the firecracker to make it sound like the gun went off. I'm not 100% sure. I'm a free thinker. I think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think.
Hello, Stardust Cindy. How are you doing?
We are in the second to last chapter, so there might be spoilers here.
I'm doing good, though.
Because I heard they're on the street watching the world go on about me. They called me the Observer.
Thank you. Thank you. I made it myself. I put it together with lots of care. But yes, thank you.
Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you a sandwich and you know it. So you don't actually sell anything? Problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and I think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. Yeah, your design is also very pretty. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran in sight to see what was going on and witnessed the crime.
Well, I'll be begging, I thought. Just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
What I think is, what we see is light and shadow playing in our eyes. Is any of it real? Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
Okay, let's see what we got here.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went into the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang.
It seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
Oh, thank you. I haven't done anything professionally or otherwise yet, but I aspire for greatness.
I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
I was scared half to death of me, so I ran off to find a copper.
Did you, though? Maybe. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barrick von Zeeks.
Someday.
Someday, I'm sure, hopefully. I've seen pictures of the Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like.
And just between us, folk love stories like that. I made myself a tidy sum already.
But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Well, so is... I guess there is a name under the room. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. That's so suspicious.
And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
No. Well, thank you for the hygiene.
Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord.
In a closed court like this without any jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. By pressing on each and every single thing. Okay. Speaking of what Cindy said, did you audition for any new roles? I've only auditioned for the one visual novel. They said that it would take a while to go through all the entries, so I haven't heard anything quite yet, but hopefully.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Seeks? I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty.
But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson? Did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Get the name of the visual novel because I may know it. Let me see if I can find it while reading through here still.
Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I'd forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that, does it?
Ooh.
Yeah, his hair was really was red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming firework even.
My goodness. Okay, so that's gonna be the wig. That a fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids it is. Oh, wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead?
Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was red ahead, and he had a big trunk with him as well.
There was no trunk that we saw. Is that his tongue or his lip? That's his lip. It looks like it was Crime City is what it's called.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination.
It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. Right, I do not envy that guy. That must be terrible to deal with. No, I had to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. Not the one I was thinking of, Sheila. Yeah, like I said, they did say that it was gonna take a while. I haven't checked it for a little bit, but I at least have it open so I can check it a little bit later.
What? But if you see anything that's willing to take auditions, please send them my way, Rocket.
Because the ones that I found are only because of the For You page on Twitter showing me. So, you know, it's kind of just showing me Astarion and like Nishitani, weirdly enough. It was like, oh, we've shown you all the Majimas, here's some Nishitani, I guess. Just have a look at the photograph of the victim taken at the scene. The one I thought it was put after the story because of that. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece.
Of course! We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we?
I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel. Okay, this is gonna be one that we just kind of look at closer, I believe. I will double check though. I was holding a rage in my hand with the phone, kept hitting send. No! Wait, why am I looking at the wig? I've already looked at the wig. Is that his belt? I guess so. It looks like it bled onto his tie a little bit. Not really gonna notice anything in particular. Ooh, was he holding something maybe? That could be interesting. Dun, dun. I'm just looking real quick. Maybe we can note that there's one missing.
Fire crumpcore. How very crunchy. I would imagine it would be spicy. Also, hello Moki, how are you doing?
Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like.
Can dragons see gunpowder? I think so.
Maybe, I feel like
for a fire dragon it would be very dangerous. But I don't know for me. I haven't tried it. I would imagine it would be kind of like eating sand.
Do you smoke? Maybe. I don't know. That is a good question. Can you like eat them and breathe it out? Ooh, maybe. That could make it like more powerful. Like if you put it on your tongue for like a fire breathing dragon and then like breathe it and it'll like, I feel like that would intensify it a little bit. Yeah, firecracker breath. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Bang! All right. That was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like a gunshot. That's not gonna have anything to do with anything, surely. Okay. What became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared? What, do you expect us to just be watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that.
Also, Moki, I think I found the place that I saw when I peeked into your stream the other day for Baldur's Gate with the spiders. I just like went down in an area, I'm not gonna say where just to avoid spoilers for anybody, but I was just like, this might be where I saw him. I haven't dealt with it yet, but I probably will here soon because it's with my off-stream character, and I don't think I want to take my stream character there. I just went into the area because it's like, I'm a drow, I can do what I want. May I have to check some VA boards for you?
Please do.
Cause yeah, if it's something that you think my voice will fit.
Hold it!
Dun, 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 dun. By which presumably you mean the gunshot?
I saw these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it?
And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building?
That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went. Just like that.
Well, he's the Reaper, isn't he? It's what the French call a I don't know how to pronounce French words. Fait accompli is the closest guess I can have. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the Inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive. Great. And in that point, you ran inside, is that correct? I don't know why I'm rereading this little line. So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? Oh, well, me, I'm a bit hampered, you see. All of the signs that I can't move very well. You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? Literally accomplished fact. Refers to something that has already happened and... Oh, okay. That makes sense. I'm not anybody, me. This is signs of what make me who I am. I sign, therefore I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then?
I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. Turned down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's arms is just there.
Oh dear, you've made him hide behind a sign.
Life is full of surprises. There's only so many character models they can make. Because I'm pretty sure Venus over here, I'm pretty sure she was also, she's like a reused asset from the Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. She looks extremely familiar, and it's very strange. I ran into the room, and there he was. Oh gosh, why you interrupted me? So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional I did, and yelled out, "What's going off here?"
Lord Van Zeeks claims all he heard was a man's scream, though.
And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
I see. Even though Lord Van Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall.
Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Beric Van Zeeks.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. Oh yeah?
I feel like Mr. Sandwich has something else to say. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something? Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're just street sellers.
That's enough of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich.
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it?
Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you to keep that a secret.
He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all that I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is that true? Floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand on a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck! What? A pool of blood?
But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold, hard stare. Don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you just say you got blood on your hand? I did, eh? Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? I was scared, so I slipped over.
We can keep it just between us, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. Okay, so we should be able to quickly wiped it off on the floor. Where is the question? Let me look at the picture. There is kind of a puddle of blood, but where would you have wiped it off? I don't know if that's the right question, though. Let me see. We haven't looked at this yet, but it's not going to really tell us much. Okay. It very much might be the little picture of him dead on the ground there. I'm going to save real quick, though. I'm pretty sure it's it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's something else. So present, and then
Objection.
Really? Okay, I guess we needed to. At least loading is faster in this one than it is Baldur's Gate, right? Imagine. Okay, so maybe we just need to press it again. You wiped your hand on the floor?
Well,
Who wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff, and they might have thought I'd done it.
Nata!
And you didn't think that might be a problem?
Doesn't really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor. They'll be cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's the message from all of us.
Is something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, that's all.
Don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor, the blood.
Huh. I wonder, could that be what happened?
Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. Okay, so we need to find information from something else. Because I don't think we have... I don't know. Let's go ahead and press this. So you didn't run into the room with your friends?
I'm not that sort of girl.
Sorry?
I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there.
Ah, right. I see.
I'm a timid little girl that sells firecrackers. Old Lippy and the witch ran in there, and then I heard a sort of old lady scream.
Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my honor on it.
I wondered what on earth was going on.
Which is when you went to find a policeman?
And I ran into a copper as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him back straight to the place. Did not do well, eh?
Just between us, that copper's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the Reaper. I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life. And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe. Considering the catalogue of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly inauspicious end. If I can't find any holes in this testimony,
I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo.
The truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning.
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there?
Still, if Lord Van Zeeks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain that we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up.
You don't think that one of these three could be the true culprit, do you?
I don't know. But what I do know is that there is more to this case than has yet to be brought to light. Okay. So... I do feel like we have to present that one image. So maybe we just had to have Kazuma comment on it? And then it would work? That doesn't seem like that would make much sense, but I don't know what else to show that there wasn't any blood marks. Yeah, because I think the blood was only like right here, so that's like quite some ways. Okay, would you now accept it? Okay. I was gonna be sad if it did. So maybe we would show the floor plan instead. Because obviously we need to present something.
Objection.
Really? What was it that she said over here? Oops. Seems to me quick to talk, quick to walk. What would we present here? Because I don't think we saw anything that, like, had a blood print on it. Come on, this is like the first... This is the first thing that we have to present, and I'm just, like, struggling here. I take one break. I take 1 week of a break, and I'm just like, hello? Oh. Oh. What's this? Mr. Nanahodo, look! Oh, yes, that's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Okay, I guess it's this that we present.
Objection!
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection.
The police found no handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Huh? Certainly there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene, on the back of this notice board. Ah, yes, indeed. Indubitably a handprint of distinctive color of blood. I dead right, that's my right hand. I know it anywhere.
Objection!
The witness very definitively testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of that board are irrelevant.
Objection!
I mean, if you can't see... Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible that the witness's handprint had to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan on the room. The notice board was on the opposite corner of the room to the victim in the upright position, even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time. It would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, next to the others, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. Huh? There's a very definitive contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel? Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the case. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... the board moving. I mean, in theory, it could very well be false testimony, but I mean, the handprint didn't seem like it would be his, but I don't know. If Mr. Gossip ended up with blood on his hand and wiped it off on the floor as he says, it must have left behind a mark somewhere. Just as a mark had been left behind on the back of the notice board. Prosecution has already established that the handprint on the board is irrelevant. Exactly, which means there must be another handprint somewhere. No, the police report made no mention of a handprint anywhere on the floor, and I understand that you've examined the scene in person too. If you'd come across something the police had missed, how do you explain the cold sweat? Okay, I figured it was gonna be silly. Quite, the defense counsel's cold sweat is a sure indication of a penalty is due. That sweat was just from the warm-up. What? There should be a bloody handprint on the floor. So, where did it go? I'm ready to give the proper explanation to the court now, my lord. I take it you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. I feel like the board moving is kind of silly. But like, so it's just being like, its testimony's false. But like, kind of is. The witness claims to have wiped his bloody hand on the floor, yet no sign of that remains at the scene. The simplest explanation is that the witness is lying. Just because it's the simplest explanation doesn't make it the correct one. Ryunosuke naruhodo. Ah. Positing perjury simply because it suits you. You bring shame on your Japanese heritage. Ah! Oh no! Oh no! The game is loading! The game is going to the load screen! Oh jeez! Oh man! The board moved. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is! If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
Oh, I'm surprised the judge didn't say order. You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And what would that be? The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. It might have been in front of the door. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Right in front of the door.
Take that!
It was right here, my lord. Goodness! No, I'm afraid I don't quite see your logic. My logic is it would be in front of the door. If the door would open, it would knock it over. I'm disappointed, Ryunosuke. In Japan, we're taught to have patience and respect for our elders. So until his lordship sees your logic, you will know your place and not move from that spot. What do you mean? It made perfect sense! How brilliant of Kazuma-sama. It almost sounded unreasonable at first, but he was just thinking of you. Unreasonable? Try unfathomable. Anyway, I think I have the answer now. I know my place, or rather, I know the board's place. So counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? I guess here? Maybe? I was thinking like it would be in front of the door, it would have gotten knocked over to like here. It's like, I guess, right next to him?
Take that!
This is the only possible location. I don't know, it makes sense in front of the door and gets knocked out. I guess it's asking for like afterwards. Not where it started. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. Ah! I'm sorry, I was thinking in the wrong order. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Bayek! If the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candle would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him.
That's true.
You weren't thinking right, you were thinking left, I guess. That's true, or in his precise words. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. 'Cause it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. Okay, so I had it right, just not fully. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious! My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. I wonder if Kazuma's gonna throw his leg onto the table. Order, order, counsel. How has this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Are you me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anyone else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. Okay. So what do we got? I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Me, just a sign of the crossword of life. It was that Reaper, I bet. He got a face that screams, boyd. I can't see how that changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Majima!
So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed. The Majima's not even that expensive. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light and a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. It's also, like, still on the same timer as when you redeem it regularly. We can't expect those witnesses to be able to give a more precise account on what happened.
That's right, yeah. I don't pay to expect too much.
Yes, but you keep swallowing my points and I want to keep my points. I mean, like I said, it's not that expensive. Majima is literally 500. It's not as expensive. The man's endless quest for knowledge. That's destroying the world. That's what I think. Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Baron von Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel. Okay. It's not a press on everything. Do 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 doesn't do the thing that I said that I would. So you admit that there was the board that you wiped your bloody hand on. Admit it. What's to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see, a smashing print in my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint, so you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it, and there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definitive testimony on that point. Yes, so it would seem. Okay. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-sos. Those cheeky little so-sos have a great plan to blow their school to kingdom come. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys.
Not doggy toys.
Then praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them, give them to me. And then praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
What a racket.
Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is
Sort of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Excuse me.
Mr. Sandwich is just ratting them both out. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts, deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar, and the great liar said without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one. Don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Like, technically. Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? No. Old blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seem to have come from, but there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right, that rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
If you would please the... Oh gosh. If it would please the court, are you aware that in terms of male human and female Pokemon breeding, Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans? Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals. Additionally... Yeah, sorry to anybody who's just lurking and not paying attention.
I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you? Young lady, good grief. Had to do a double take. Psych, just scaring everyone and being like, hello?
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah.
Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this. Prejuris at later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course.
Just imagine I'm actually, like, you know, pressing on these people that are witnesses, and then Van Zeeks are like, anyway, about Vaporeon.
Let's see, maybe I did sneak up along gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened.
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a pinch of salt.
All right, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Van Zeeks is just Vaporeon's biggest fan. He just thinks they're cute, right?
Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, all right, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know.
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Oh, all right, just a bit then. I had to look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I'd touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I add.
The truth, please.
Well, all right. Then, I thought there might be something worth having underneath it, so I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move that board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft barn butt! I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell?
Oh, please, I should be so lucky in my imagination.
The truth now!
I might have found this old pocket watch under the nose board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you add.
Dinny!
So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it.
What? Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago.
The professor case, no doubt.
Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
I see. Well then. I swiped it of him once. Blimey, oh my gosh, I cannot comprehend words. I swiped him off him once. Blimey was so upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hasn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then.
It's not all that though. I took it to Dabba's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. So like a Victorian brat when you're trying to do Cockney, a little bit. I knew I should have left it at. dare you steal it? I wanted to steal first. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when you're done. It's not even yours. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
I can't do both, I think. I think it's in different parts of my mouth. Anyway, that's a weird word. Anyway, that's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. I was doing my best. Good lord. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely, it's shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabbas didn't want it. What a waste,
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. I mean, it could have some other different relevance. I'm not 100% sure. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. That's what you think. I'm gonna look at the clock real quick. Let's see, it's gonna show us something. That's the thing for the key! Oh my gosh. There's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you'd need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole. That would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. Okay, so let's go back and let's look at this guy, this little man's. Let's twist his head. The helmet of this policeman, we've seen this, so we can just skip right past it. This is not the same dialogue, but this will be different this is the same dialogue, but this won't be. Let's see, let's speed through here. Miss Sisato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once, not a moment to lose. Oh my gosh, the music stopped, so it's so dramatic. I knew it, a perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is that, Miss Suseta? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. Having wound it up, it started ticking again. Aha. So it's only broken in glass. It's only the glass that's broken. Ugh. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. I don't know anything about anything, and I'm just a bystander, me, just a sign across with a life. Let's see. Okay, I don't really have anything to like present it to, so we're just gonna keep pressing.
Hold it!
But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you? Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and all I know of it. I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So you did go to see what had happened. It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it? Did you notice this notice board in the room? If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Different members of the sign family. So if I spotted it, I might have tried to trip it out of the sense of rivalry, I admit. If someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens and not Homo sinians, does that mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me, just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? It was the Reaper, I bet. He's so flat.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, come on now. Don't tell us what you've not noticed it. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But notice boards. They're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes.
I can't say I'd ever noticed.
I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off the man on the floor. Or off the Reaper. Not for a second. Sorry? Well, I was that scared. I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, do ya?
If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should have been able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board.
That I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. I can't have missed it. If he had heaved the thing upright and dragged it into the corner.
Right. Glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma. I'm so confused. Why are we acting as if the lady didn't just admit to moving the board? Oh well, maybe something for this. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell over, and maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, and maybe I didn't. But the Reaper fate was sealed away either way because of the gunshot we'd all heard. So your fate's sealed too. My fate?
That's right. The defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of their story, it may be possible to change all of our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard.
Does it? Not much to go on.
As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it.
The lady said that she didn't she? But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma is right, and it's not relevant to the case.
But it seems to have been deliberately positioned as to hide the body from view, so I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all this.
Yes, I know what you mean. Okay, so it's just time frame-wise. I have no doubt that there are more clues to be uncovered.
We're on the right track, I can feel it, so follow your instincts.
Alright then, I guess so. Whoops. Oh my gosh, I keep doing that. Anything? The Reaper. I'm gonna save here, so I'm pretty sure I have to show off the fireworks, because they sound very gun-like. Bum ba dun 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 ba dun 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 dun.
No, really?
I want to try to save as many mess-ups as I can. Oh, maybe we present the watch and be like, so it was working, it just didn't get twisted.
Objection.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Order, order, order! But counsel! The watch has stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot.
It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection.
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So it's obviously when this crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? They really did the nuh-uh. What you mean nuh-uh? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come out the pub. Said he hasn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
How do you explain?
In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in the room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he'd been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Order! Counsel, that is the most extraordinary claim. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that?
On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted.
That's right.
Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand on the dirty, great puddle of blood.
Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh.
He catches on fast, doesn't he?
That is true. But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? My goodness, he's calling me a learned friend!
Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify the blood of as a human.
The problem is currently being researched at present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example.
It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question.
Is it, though?
What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all.
Oh, please, what are you trying to say? Us lot know what we had. It was the loud bang that came from their room.
You listen to me. A street seller's ear, sir, is livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with this wig. With my armband showing that I'm a lawyer. Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these as a fake gunshot, or to fake a gunshot. Good gracious, the very fireworks that were sold by the witness?
Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see?
Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of these fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for those peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection.
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Baron von Zieks.
One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them.
I fear for your fingers, young lady. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like.
Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident.
No, wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device? Yes, exactly, a timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Oh, it's gonna play into the candles on the candelabra, I think. I don't know how, but that's gonna absolutely play into the fact. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot sound? I'm saving. Because it makes sense in my mind. But I don't know if it makes sense in Naruhodo's mind.
Take that!
Cool. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there are also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at a very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How could that be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or, to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe that they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot! And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we'd been led to believe, the previous day even. Now, just hold your horses. All us lot saw was the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say... It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Asugi! What on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense assertion of the time of death, but based on the victim's stopwatch, is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly. I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the Yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend?
I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating.
Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well. Counsel, present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive to the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? I mean, It could be this, right? I'm gonna look at it just in case I need to.
There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't they?
This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look.
Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here.
Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out.
And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene too.
Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? Okay. So it didn't really teach us anything to look at it. But... I mean, there's a few bits of evidence. Like, there's the whole notice board, or there's the photograph. I'm gonna go ahead and save. I feel like the... No, that would... What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the... I mean, just like... Oh gosh, there's 3 things that it could be. When you have to go to Taco Bell and go inside, what's the... Who's the one that usually talks to the person? Well, we usually do Taco Bell, through the drive-thru. Just because. It's not quicker. But, like, it's just more convenient to be like, hey, we're here to pick up an order for Xephoria. And they're like, okay, pull forward. But when you do go inside, oh, obviously my elf. I guess we'll present this. We did just save, so if it's not the right one. Okay, yeah, it's not the right one. Obviously, you think I talk to people outside of stream? You think I talk to humans? This. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. And your brain really rewires itself when you don't have work. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume that it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. I don't have work, so there's no, like, schedule I need. I can go to sleep whenever and wake up whenever. Oh, you're talking in general? Yeah, it really does. Like, honestly, the only thing that's keeping me from, like, going full gremlin with my schedule of sleeping and being awake is being able to stream for you, Eggies. If I didn't have, like, a specific time frame where I can stream that I can't really not do, like, I would just be a gremlin. I would revert back to just sleeping in until I want and staying up until, like, 5, maybe. Technically a full-time streamer now. I mean, technically. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd, except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. Deception of what nature, Council? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. The 2 redheads? 2 of them in my courtroom? Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. Gee, Billy, 2 men? In my courtroom? I concur that we cannot, in good conscience, leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi. At once, my lord. Nah, psych. No. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Oh, did we already get the to be continued? Oh my gosh, okay. My goodness, that one wasn't as long as the first one. Dun, 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 dun. No. I don't want to go to Ram Ranch. Where's the summonation examination, right? Well, I guess, like, there's no jury, so there's nobody to summonation examinate. Examinate.
Oh, there you are, Odo.
What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina.
You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
As was I, possibly more shocked than the both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. Please stop showing off. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose it's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission.
Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe.
Yeah, more than likely. I'm
pretty sure, like, the person that's the coroner right now is the daughter.
I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick.
No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose.
The two criminals in question are the pair that we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Sis, and it was me what took him in. Thanks for the tip-off by an old law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly.
So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it?
They added corn and peppers to Pallia's. Now I can have spicy popcorn.
Fantastic. Something that doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them?
Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tie him with some same brush as you, Sholmes.
Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason.
The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks,
and Cosima. I feel as though he knew we'd arrived at this point somehow.
Gosh, I think you're right.
What's he really trying to achieve here today?
All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. It is 5:16 p.m. PST. This recess will be over very shortly.
Yes, you're right. Cosima was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense.
PST, are they in Japan? I, for some reason, only know the time in PST. I am not quite aware. Well, we are actually in the great land of England, so quite possibly, if it is 5 p.m. PST, then it must be 10 a.m. in whatever ST that your England is.
I always forget if they're in Japan or Britain.
Currently, we are in the great land of Britain.
Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet.
Just another to be continued.
Are you ready then, Miss Susato?
Yes. My apologies, my learned friend. It is actually 1 p.m. on November. Yes, time does slip away from my fingertips while I'm in the midst of a deduction. Thank you for the hydration, my dear pumpkin fellow. My dear pumpkin dog doll fellow.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baron von Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom.
That's a lot of spaghetti.
These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may admit your occupations, but state your names now for the court.
I am Fabian de Racial. I probably have mispronounced my name. I have the most difficult situation with French. A descendant of the great Racial family of Nice en France.
Majima. Help me. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. Peppino!
I said hi to Majima, I just said it a little late.
I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners of Napoli.
The two men first became acquainted at the boarding school for European nobility.
Those who graduate from Temsik are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? I was.
Wait, did he do a Mario jump? He probably did.
I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my...
The little gray cell! Erica!
Imagine. Imagine. Okay, anyway.
That is all I'm trying to do.
So that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Don't understand the reference.
Erica Frude from Umineko.
I don't think I've gotten the VODs up to that point yet. The VODs are still in very early Umineko. But she was always talking about using her little gray cells.
Oui, you could say that.
Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. This strange combination is a charm of the most hilarious brothers. See, capo?
Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you.
Eh? Che? Are you about to tell me about one of your grand anecdotes? Evviva!
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business.
Cibello! There it is, the capo's trump card. The furrowed brow. It is deep, eh, capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words.
The Italian brothers. Okay, yeah. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is that true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Alors, I will explain it.
No, capo. Leave it to me. As you can see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. This capo here, has won many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Tiffy fountain. Well, those dogs, one says the world would respect us redheads. Every night he buries his head in his pillow and weep, "C'est bien, Peppino, enough."
I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled to the Red-Headed League.
Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it.
It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings.
And with the money to France. It was a plan most elegant, non?
No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
The park was described by one of the witnesses as choked with red-headed folk, like a coster's orange barrow.
And the day on which all of these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, those two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day.
Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I have seen in the rest of my life. See, and now, let's see if I can see... Every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach.
Anyway,
why have we been summoned here today?
Sorry?
The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told.
Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. de Ressau and Mr. de Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony to the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law.
I again want to apologize for how bad my French accent attempt is.
We had more than 1,000 red-headed people
yep,
assemble in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man on this photograph. A couple? None. I don't remember him. Obviously, he's dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park. Adora, this victim is nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Ooh, so that's gonna be something to press. You've given short testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park, this I can promise.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Oof, with this attitude we get nowhere, huh?
He's really a sulkin now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads Lime Street Red-Headed League, undercover.
Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Yes, my lord. Oh gosh, this I feel like is gonna be tough.
Okay.
A 1,000 people. That's a very big crowd.
It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from far over the capital. See, the couple here, he was the magnetissimo animale, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people wanted was money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names, we take their money, and we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them that we take some days to let them know by post. E finito. Maybe 2 minuti a person? We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night.
So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who would have thought there was 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? one of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. He doesn't look at all familiar?
No, I don't think so. This is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people.
Says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, signor. It may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. Or I might be small. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems.
Eh, couple? You didn't see a man like this, huh?
But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. That is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we could recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him.
Kazuma said that these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his fish and chips. I don't know what time it was when this meeting happened, but like he always has his fish and chips. I feel like you would notice someone having fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in the situation, but what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly?
Not really. I was looking at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or spaghetti. Me, I love spaghetti.
Really? I had no idea.
Says them again what you said before, Peppino. See, capo, see. I say it again and again.
Okay. So there's definitely something. Whoops. Just, I'm honestly surprised that the fish and chips like wasn't the right answer. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
What is on my face? Ah! No! It fixed itself!
It was pain. How dare you? How dare you? Dun 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 dun. Bam 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 bam. Psych, what the hecky? Ooh, maybe. I don't know if they'll actually give me an answer, but it won't give me a penalty if it's not right. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in the situation, but what if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? I was hoping that we would use the name Huboon, or whatever it was. I'm in your walls, I'm making you say things. I'm in your brain, I am your brainworm.
The man in the photograph is Monsieur Gregson. Majima! I miss you so much, Majima!
Yes.
Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them.
Oh.
It was not a real interview, huh? It was just for a show. Why would I remember the names? That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, as we have already said.
I see. It seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further.
There's again what you said before, Peppino. See, Capo, see. I say it again and again.
I don't know, I think I'm gonna press it again.
Hold it!
Like something's gonna slip.
He's gonna be like, oh, there's no way that this policeman told me who he was.
Try some sun chips and cream cheese? That doesn't sound too bad. I'm trying to think of like texture-wise how that would be. Because it sounds good to me. I will say that my mouth watered at the idea. His profession. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in the situation, but what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective?
The man in the photograph, a detective?
Yes. It would appear he found your motive in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito.
Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Oh? Does it not? Something to add, Mr. De Rossi?
See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Recommend is very good. Because yeah, it does sound good, like with some like really easily spreadable cream cheese. Is it just with basic sun chips or like a specific flavor of sun chips? I feel like the last time I had sun chips, it was in those like bags of like munchies where it's like sun chips and Doritos and pretzels and Cheetos and all that. I don't think I've had sun chips just by itself for a while. Just got a little tub and I'm dipping it in. That's it sounds good.
What did I need to say about the detective?
Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already.
But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard.
What? That's not undercover! Cheddar flavored? Okay, so I would be able to get just a bag of munchies and try it. Order, order, order! Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us,
there was no such man.
Madia, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh?
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this man came to the park.
Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not two, the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a pastor.
But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection.
My goodness, girls, don't fight here. An act of turning around to see as to face in the opposite direction. Interesting. Ugh.
Traptar, this damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because, to start with, his face is completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean shaven, and his eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever, then.
Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you really are a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh?
I'm thinking Sholmes. But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
Clearly the papers were fake. Certo, capo, you are a genius. As we say in Natalia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh?
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective?
He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastical, and look, here is that identification.
So you stole it from the man?
He had it coming. He made us very scared. But he was not the who he said he was.
When did you see the little inventor girl last? Iris? Earlier today. Before we got into the courtroom. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for those identification papers to be entered into the evidence.
But I like them.
IRL today or in-game today? IRL today. It was before the break at some point. Okay, before we return to his testimony. Interesting. Let me open it. Let me open it up. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. There's just nothing in there. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. It's gonna say a word. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's impossible. This is the real thing after all? Huh. The guy there was the murderer. I think so, yeah. Oh no. I was hoping there would be like an image of who it was, but it couldn't be that easy. Now let us return to the witness's testimony.
Laura, this victim is nothing to do with us.
I will save, because I'm pretty sure it's this scene that I have to be like, his name is right here. Dun, 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 dun.
Objection.
Yeah. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, counsel? Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection.
Photographs are brand new, yeah. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
That is the boss's. No question about it.
It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. That or someone who stole it and was pretending to be him. Order!
But if the boss had an identification, had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically, what are you
saying? Oh no, I'm melding the accents together.
I'm gonna die. I can't stop eating these chips. Man, I want them!
Give me your chips!
Unable to... You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No.
Order, order, order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location.
Oh my gosh, I will trade a handful of chips for one hug.
Just a handful? No, I will take the whole bag.
Do you two have anything to say about that?
Wait! I know nothing. Wait! I don't know nothing. Wait! Pull yourself together, Papino. Mon Dieu. You can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? Wait! Now I have returned to Italia. Or wish I had returned to.
For the whole bag, at least 5 hugs.
You drive a hard bargain. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, I. Lumi, stop your whining and start talking.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story and considerably.
I know nothing. Wait, I know nothing. Wait.
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again.
Like, why are y'all crying?
About these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud.
Okay, let's see.
The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification room and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go.
So it is a different person that stole his identification.
He spent the night in the nice room. It was nothing like prison, really.
Oh, so now it's gonna be a thing of we have to go inspect the next door room.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man?
No, but see, no, it was not like a prison. He was a very comfortable and calm and happy. Capo? It was never part of my plan, I swear it. Oof, so you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong by one little day. I do not think it was your plan, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favor, Capo, it is not fair.
You should have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen.
Oh, I don't believe this. How could we have been he could have been a real detective.
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
My mouth is so dry, I'm gonna pass out.
Get some water!
So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout.
Better some electrolytes. Do you have Gatorade or a pickle? Apparently pickle juice has electrolytes. Do you realize what you're saying? Why is everyone assuming it's really Gregson who went there, right? Because it's like, honestly, he was inspecting, like, I'm pretty sure Gregson quite possibly has, like, multiple, like, fake identities. Because he's hiding identity from his wife. So I don't know if Gregson is, like, technically his name. Because I'm pretty sure, since the picture of the lady is in the room, I'm pretty sure that's his actual wife. And then he has another name. Unless the name
that is leased out is the actual killer's name, but I think they've determined that nobody has that name. So it's the killer's fake name. I don't know. This seems very complicated.
You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
Do you think?
But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was a first crime for the couple. He was the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind.
What about this hideout of yours?
An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was inspired idea by the couple here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive. Inspired, eh, couple?
What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? And it was in the house described that you can find Inspector Gregson, was it?
But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain.
Okay. I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. Too scared? Why?
Because... why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow out the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt.
That just sounds silly. I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good.
Well, see, you may be right. A couple?
How would a co-op Baldur's Gate work, hypothetically? I don't know. I know that you make a character specifically for the co-op. I don't know. I know that they're doing an update to make it easier for people to hop out, but I think you can only play those characters together as far as I'm aware. Someone else, if you're lurking and know the answer for it, because in theory, I asked Peach when she gets the game if she wants to co-op, but otherwise I haven't co-opted with anybody. Is it one main person and everyone else follows? You can join an existing campaign and co-op? Oh, you can! Okay. I was hearing that, like, you could only actually have everybody there to play as that character, but like I said, I haven't tried it myself, so I have no idea.
Well, see, you may be right. A couple?
Yeah, one person creates the save and everyone joins them. Okay, so there's a main person and then... Okay.
The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
I'm pretty sure you can't have, like, two people romance the same character, but I could be wrong about that. How does the story progress? Like, who makes the decisions? I think it's whoever initiates the dialogue. Yeah, whoever goes into cutscenes. You can transfer the save between people, but usually the main player just sticks with it. Okay.
We learning.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I asked myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who took 5 shillings on that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me. See, address Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said.
What? I live in the Homicide Division.
He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out an identification.
What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say?
See, we did.
Trying to decide if I want to ask Zeph to collaborate. Maybe. I mean, it depends on, like, when it would be. I don't know. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in. Oh, don't interrupt me. That being this identification book here, right? Correct?
See, that is it, the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I've never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking, it must be falso, eh, capo?
We, it is just what Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine.
And so together, this hilarious brothers, we took the man captive.
The schedule lives up. Would you wanna? I'm trying to think, cause it could be a thing that I like join you on your channel. Because if I'm streaming Baldur's Gate, I would want it to have to be, or I would want it to be my character. So possibly we can talk it over. All we did was shove him inside a locked room.
Then we made preparations to transport all of the money.
In for a penny, in for a pound. Okay. We're not getting too much, so hopefully we get something from pressing this one. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
Poof, it was nothing, just a minor incident. The Fosso Inspector, he was a real piece of the work, eh, capo?
What happened?
Oof, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tried to escape through the ventilator.
Can you blame him? Play cleric and force you into a main character role. My goodness, 2 clerics!
We chased them, Benswa, and we caught them again. Can you blame us?
Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
So, who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. Oh, that's a lie.
Also a cleric. No. I won't say what I was joking about. It might be spoilers. Mr. De Rosa, is something wrong? I don't even know what class I would play for a collab. Or for like a 2-player thing.
Me?
Or I guess, oh gosh, if you have more players, then you would have less of the other characters with you, wouldn't you? Oh gosh, so for a collab you would only have 2 of the like story characters in your party. Oh gosh, that seems, oh my gosh, okay. Something that Mr. De Resu seemed to make you it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was all that about?
Cavolo, at times like this, you don't want to make the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal experience.
Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say no more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, eh? And dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, capo?
Bruises, you say? Ooh, that's a similar bruise to Gossip.
You see, you want to see You want to see my fantastical bruises?
That is enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
What to do? I show you or I don't? I show you or I don't.
You do, now.
Allora, if everyone wants to see, then I do it. Echo, you see? It is still very visible, eh?
That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See, the capo sometimes he is a very rough, and that said this is enough. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word.
Yes. What is your opinion, Council? About this red ring around Dr. De Rossi's neck? I wonder, does it matter? It's important! Dr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck.
Hey, capo, you want to see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Cavolo... What? My goodness. I can't believe they snuck that into a game like this. Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Dr. De Rossi.
See, if you really wanted to know. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him out like he did to me, see?
Hold it!
Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big collar made from the leather.
A leather collar? Is that true, Mr. De Rossio?
What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger.
This is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain. A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck?
I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. I did not have to tie the chain to a leg of the bed, though I would not have tried to run again.
What is going on here? What is going on? You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treated the people equal is the capo's here motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
The capo is tough, but the capo is rough.
I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning when you released the inspector...
He had a red ring around his neck, just like me.
Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now.
Now you know, the couple here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad. It's not so bad.
So... I don't think there's a mark on Gregson. There is absolutely not one on Gregson. You know who does have a mark on him, though? I just don't know how to present it necessarily. Should be barbarian, fighter, or monk, so they can buff you in combat. I've never played as a monk. I have been kind of curious to play a monk at one point. I don't know why, but I just don't want to play as fighter. Barbarian, I've played as once, but I don't know. We could maybe do a monk if we wanted to do that. Okay. We got a few options. I think the main option is... No, player characters cannot romance each other. I checked that for for if my elf can do that.
Objection.
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only...
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. Romance me IRL, then I will have to say no. What inconsistency is this, Council? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. They technically could have one of them picks an origin character, true. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck.
But that makes no sense. That was me. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. And when I saw the red roses around the neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we did expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Dr. DeRosie.
Dad! Indeed, that is most peculiar!
But what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning. Many times. Where? Oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man we held captive that night.
Order, order, order!
It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification?
How does he... Why does he say ordar? I don't know. Probably some kind of accent that like only shows up when he's saying that. I don't know.
This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. Or assertion. I don't know.
And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
Have we heard the judge's voice actor?
I don't believe so, no.
I just kind of think of it being lower in tone. I think we might have heard the one from Japan, but I don't think we've heard this judge's voice, actually. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. Just gotta be so warm sitting next to those flames. Oh, absolutely.
It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie.
No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you have apparently seen? Who exactly is this inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRosie and Mr. DeRosie? An imposter! So what is your theory here? I mean, we already saw bruising around somebody else's neck. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot be Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was the man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification?
See, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with the dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino, it was not so harsh as you say, huh? So, who was that the false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man who these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the counsel of the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? There he is. Like, you even see it in the portrait.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that... One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today.
Do you think Cosmo is actually a bad guy now, or is it gonna be some twist? I don't know. I think it's kind of neutral, but like, I don't know. I think he's mostly trying to get closure. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling heresy to passers-by. What on earth about a street seller? What would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses! Is this the man or not?
What has happened to his lip? See, this man is not the redhead league, eh? He's looking for a twisted lip league, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising.
Eh?
What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Order, order! Bailiff, bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom, immediately! Red ring of bruising uncommon requires attunement. They're just both proudly displaying it. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed, and identical to that of the witness before him.
Now what's going on here? Always had this with me. It's birthmark, isn't it?
Birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you.
Oh yeah. Something about an inspector again. So I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual.
Yeah, it has to be a disguise of some kind. You're denying all knowledge of it?
Of course I am. Are you saying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rossio and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? This is actually Sholmes, imagine.
Do we have any choice? We are in the big trouble, eh, couple?
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Oh no, I figured it out. Oh no! He's... Imagine! He could very well be the third brother. The third, like, not from these brothers, but like from the one case, like, way back. Okay.
The man who claimed to be his inspector that day was definitely not this man. It's right, see, I don't have a British accent. You think we would forget these grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've got no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've got no kinfolk and nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this?
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
What have I been telling you, eh? There is no need for this pointless testimony.
That's right, just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. Casually mentioning disguises, right?
How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm curious, how far are we from a to be continued? I'm gonna save real quick. Because if we're close to being at a to be continued part, we could probably have this be a good little let me see.
We're already on the... Okay, I think we're... No. We're like halfway through, I think. Decently close. Because I'm looking and it's like... we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 more, like, choices. We're like a little bit past halfway. Oh, we might actually be able to finish this tomorrow.
Okay, I don't know. I feel like it's a good time to
come back later. Why does Lionheart know all these precise details of every game we play?
Well, they said that this was their favorite game.
I did save, right? I'm gonna save again.
Okay, but yeah, I feel like this is a good time to take a little break and then save it for tomorrow.
Because we kind of have like a general idea what's going to happen, but I feel... I don't know. Kingdom Hearts 2 is my favorite game, but I can't tell you how long it takes to beat. I am inevitable. Hopefully one day we'll play the rest of the Kingdom Hearts. Okay, so let me see who is streaming right now. Because I'm sure some people are. There has to be some people streaming. Let me see. Kingdom Hearts 4 comes to PC for sure. You're not even gonna see that much going on. Or not see, but like understand. You're gonna be like, who's this? You'd be playing it and messaging me. It's like,
Zav, who is this? Who are they? What did they do?
Let me see. We have this person that we haven't rated. And the reason the game keeps re-explaining well-established characters, right? Let me see. We did just raid her yesterday. Should we raid Lisa again? I don't know. What should we do? Should we raid Lisa or should we raid Fia? Who's this white-haired guy? That could be like a bunch of different characters. You're gonna have to be more specific. Riku. Okay. Let's see. His name is Riku. Okay. Let's see. Because I feel like a lot of our friends actually went to Risa. Is he important? He's pretty important. He's pretty important for multiple reasons. Let's see. Maybe we can... You guys wouldn't be mad if we raid Lisa again, right? You should do a Kingdom Hearts character tier list, maybe. Okay, so let's see. Wait, who's playing Baldur's Gate if not Lisa? Ah, okay, she is. Okay. Man, I can't really think of anything other than objection raid for Majima. for these. So we'll go with the good old usual. Just I feel because some people might be over there already, so it's like might as well get the game together.
Thank you everybody for joining me today. We're gonna be continuing this tomorrow.
If we get done early, we might play more Baldur's Gate. I also have something weird happening on Thursday that I might have to... I don't know. In theory, I don't have to cancel because it's going to be around 3 and it should be not super long. So I might just have to take like a weird break in between. I don't know. Some humans are showing up and I have no idea why, and I was only told about this like yesterday after stream. So hopefully it should just be like a few minute thing. But we'll see. We'll see. No, it's a human thing, not elf or kobolds. It's a human thing, so
have to maybe deal with that or see if one of the kobolds can deal with that. Hopefully so. If not, maybe I'll have just a sign. I mean, who is bringing them? I don't know. Anyway, I will see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye! I'm not even getting lunch! Bye!